that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Both, I hope.
What an interesting way to announce to the world that you smell more than everybody else. Good morning, boys and girls. How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcomes. Tunes down for Team Twitch just a little bit there. Thank you very much, Jack. Appreciate the bits this morning. Testing out the new Twitch power-ups I see. I have no way of seeing those go off, by the way. I need to configure something so that something happens in my OBS dashboard. I appreciate it. Right, should we get this show on the road? Chris, also with the 4 months, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, boys. Good morning. There was a. Where's he gone?
Is that your wallet? You just glad to
what's
see me.
going on here then?
Both, I
What's
hope.
going on here then? Soul is giving me food for thought. Very first thing in the morning. Food for thought. Did you... see, I didn't hear the alert again. Why is my OBS broken? I tried to fix this yesterday and it worked. I've turned my computer on again today and it doesn't work again. I didn't hear the alerts go off. Okay. You guys heard it though. If you guys heard it, that's good. That's good news as long as you guys heard it. That means that it works. It's just my monitoring has gone broken. We will fix that. Thank you very much, Jack. I appreciate it. Good morning. 21. Go have a drink in America. Love that shit. Thank you very much. Yes, Chris. Thank you very much for the sub this morning. Thank you. The beta builds last night came with, surprise, surprise, a bunch of undocumented profession stuff again. I'll talk about it more in the morning, Soul says, but we got to talk about how it's almost comically easy to max out skill in the War Within Professions in this later build. What a cock tease. What an absolute cock tease. So, I suspect that they might have tweaked with a few of the numbers. This means first thing, I might go and have a little bit of a poke about create a character on the leveling realms. Create a character with a profession to which I knew roughly how it leveled up previously. Now I know Soul focuses very heavily on blacksmithing. It's his main profession, the paladin, so you know it makes sense. That said, blacksmiths have been seriously busted, seriously broken. So I'm wondering if it's just that they've kind of somewhat fixed blacksmithing, or whether it's that something has actually changed. Let's load. Let me find in my notes a profession which I actually know the leveling path for reasonably well already. I think one of the only professions I tried to even figure out a 1 to 100 was Jewelcrafting. Let me create character. Let's be original and go with a Goblin Hunter, because we haven't done that before. Manthe JC test. Original naming here. Right, in we go. Whoa. We can't have destination unknown again. They've hidden the new human racial in the ocean of posts about class changes. I don't like it personally. The new human racial. You mean the what do you call it? The double Hearthstone thing. They took out diplomacy. Oh yeah, I mean that's yeah, diplomacy's gone. That was gone. That was or at least we knew that was happening quite a while ago. Diplomacy's gone. They're replacing it with a stupid double Hearthstone thing. Let's quickly fix this. That'll do. Let's go pick up Jewelcrafting. Probably you. Jewelcrafting. Hey these days, isn't it? So, I know my stream title and everything is going to say we're exploring level 80. This is technically level 80, but not kind of exactly the level 80 I meant. But I'm, oh, they've changed the icon for the Spark of Omens. Oh, they've changed a bunch of icons. Storm, Dust, Gleaming Shards, and Refulgent Crystals have had an icon change as well. They're a little bit nicer. On with Spark of Omens. What else have they changed then? What else have they changed? Hard to tell at this point. Let's grab some ore.
I have just the thing for you.
What was the rough? Prospect a bunch of stuff, craft a bunch of gem cutters. Do a very quick Jewelcrafting leveling test. Oh look, they've changed the gems as well. Ambivaliant Ambers, Radiant Rubies. Okay, they've changed the icons for some of these as well. Blasphemites had an icon change. Okay, sure.
Go in peace.
Sure. Love the undocumented changes. Nothing like patch notes that actually tells you what's going on and what you should maybe go back and retest. Love that, Blizzard. Well done. You. Alright, prospect a bunch of shit. Get 10 skill points. An ambush straight out the bat. 2 ambush straight out the bat. What the hell's going on here? One skill point. One skill point. One skill point. On game. There we go, 10 points. I haven't been getting gleaming for my transmutation, even though I'm spec'd into it. Is it bugged? First, the Thaumaturgy does yield some, but not the transmute. Thaumaturgy, or at least up until recently, yes, has lots of bugs in it. Lots and lots of bugs. It sort of works, but not kind of how we expect it to sort of work. Balancing will happen. Sure. You bought a new smoker. It is barbecue season, so I love that stuff. Yes. I bought a new barbecue early in the year. Very happy with it. Isn't it a bit of a red herring? From what I saw, most of the recipes were locked behind non-trade skill based content, i.e. drops, unlocks, researchers, etc. So your skill level is actually irrelevant. Craft something of any value or not. I think it's mostly about getting this bar to the end. Mostly so you just unlock and have access to all of your skill trees, honestly. They're still doing this 25, 50, 75, and 100 if you have 4 spec trees. You get a bit of a easy pass if you only have 3, due to you get 25, 50, and 75. Thanks for the videos on the profession so far. Hope to see the rest when they're ready. Thanks again. Eric, Teddy, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, there will be more to come. Between now and the launch, there'll be almost daily videos. I'm not committing to daily videos because I'm only going to talk about something when I've got something to say, if that makes sense. But yeah, there'll be plenty of content between now and the launch of the expansion for sure. We need to make a bunch of these. Meaning I should probably take out... I need a tooler cutter thingy, my bob. One of you. Thank you very much. Make these to 15. Yes. Then what were we doing? Marbled stone, apparently.
I've been expecting you.
Marble stone or gilded vials. Considering that early prospecting was actually returning us some ambers this time, which is a significant step up. Gilded vials might still be the play. We do a bunch of these in a minute. Maybe we get some easy skill points from this, as it's just using some of the pebbles. I didn't mean to be using best quality stuff. That's. If inscription's fixed, we'll maybe take a little bit of a further look at inscription. I've spent a few days leveling this character to 80, and so I want to kind of make use of that, if that makes sense. Then we learn all of the first initial gem cuts. These are going to start using the rare gems, as they did previously. Meaning from 20 to 30 plus, we're still making gilded vials. Meaning we need to prospect more to get more amber. Okay, this doesn't really appear to have been changed in any way. I'm just wondering if it scales a bit further than like skill 50. It capped us pretty aggressively at 50 skill points last time. Let's assume that... Well, let's do a little bit more prospecting for starters. Get some more ambers. It was also kind of deemed a bit of a trap to go directly into prospecting, as it might lead you to get stuck. And there's 25. Nothing seems to have changed particularly much yet either. These inverted prisms are unlikely to be very cost effective whilst leveling. Still probably want to be making gilded vials. 25 we can then spec into. We go this route. Go. What do we need? We need like 10 points in here. Only have 3 by what we've made by the profession so far. In terms of trying to get to better prospecting. It's still pretty brutal to level Jewelcrafting initially. Maybe you step up and bite the bullet and prospect some bismuth instead. Like quality 2 bismuth instead. That's still going to offer any substantially better rewards, or are you still going to be fishing for gems like a crazy person? I determined last time that using bismuth is actually pretty pointless. That said, it is spitting out some ambers this time. You can then crush the pebbles and you get... oh, if you then go back into here and crush them... We now crush pebbles. We can't crush pebbles. Wait, prospect the pebbles? Oh, you can throw the pebbles back in. Oh, well, that's new. Oh. Oh, well, that changes things pretty dramatically. Oh, okay, that's cool.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Both, I hope.
Oh, that might change things for sure. Aiming 2 beta builds ago. Yeah, I've not gone back and had a little bit of a look at this leveling path. It was only just because I saw a tweet from Soul telling me that maybe I should. Okay, so you can prospect your bismuth and you can slowly recycle the bonus pebbles into stuff. So you can kind of recycle the pebbles. I'm going to be honest, that seems real backwards to me. Can't be the only one that thinks if you take a piece of ore, a big old chunk of ore, and you smash it, you might find a gem in it. Those little rocks that you create by smashing that piece of ore on the floor, I can't imagine you could smash those again to find more gems in it. I would have, you know, does that make sense? It kind of seems backwards that you can re-prospect the pebbles at, okay. I've always thought of prospecting as like finding that geode and you crack it and it opens and either it's got a crystal in it or it doesn't, sort of thing. But I don't know. I don't think I'm ever going to be prospecting bismuth. But it depends on your price differential, doesn't it? This is the thing. Saw that Blacksmith has had some material updates for alloys, also some recipe difficulties seem to have been adjusted. Yeah, this latest build has brought in a bunch of changes. I might not go through them all in much detail today, because I want to play around with some level 80 stuff, but we will certainly get to it. Not disagreeing with you at all, but only logic I can see is there's actually quite a big market for the sweeping of jewelry store. Yeah, well, true, yeah. Finding any gems off the floor that have been swept away. I still feel as if you are... It still feels to me as if you were making a wild amount of... having to do a wild amount of prospecting to get anywhere with Jewelcrafting to begin with. But once you might actually seek after... Oh, that's quite cool. I've just seen how they colour these now to show that it's an amber with a bit of an emerald in it. That's actually quite delicate. I like that. You're going to put out a things to do before pre-patch vid at some point, or is it not needed? Just clean your bank. It's the same every time. The concept is exactly the same every time. There used to be stuff you could do that would like benefit you going forward, but from patch to patch there is often something, but like from expansion to expansion, not really. Just sell all your old shit. Just liquidate everything. Get it gone. And the truth be told is the sooner you get it gone, the better. Because the price of everything's only in decline now. We're like 2 months away from the launch of the expansion. It's like, at this point, just get rid of stuff. Just get it gone. Still seems to be the same that Iron Claw and Aquarite still only spitting out specific colours of gems. So I don't think they've changed too much with prospecting, not at least fundamentally. The last couple of weeks. So I prospected at 50 ore then and didn't get a single rare gem, so this is not exactly what I'd say is it's not exactly what I'd say very lucrative still. How do I get 2 more points? Short of spending a lot of time prospecting a lot of right now, I don't think we've changed much. I'm going to assume Soul's tweet was more about blacksmithing. I would highly suspect that this was about blacksmithing. Simply because blacksmithing was actually just fundamentally broken before. And going from totally broken to normal is still could easily be perceived as comically easy. To max it out though, no, I'm not sure of maxing it out unless something significant's changed. But you know, details are needed. I saw your video yesterday. I was excited until you said when 500 alchemists craft, they will destroy the market. Well, this is the eventuality, right? This is what there was lots of nuance to yesterday's video. I tried to keep it pretty basic and pretty straightforward. That this is, focusing in on concentration as like, this is what might happen if you these are the two possible outcomes of ways that players will play with concentration. I was not getting into undercutting conversations. I was not getting into supply and demand curves or anything of that sort of nature. But the reality is that the small influx of discounted products may still exceed the demand for the product. And so if too many people do dive on one thing specifically, it will crash. But you've got to remember, we have only ever experienced these sorts of like alt army powers on very specific items. Dracothists, one item, right? One item, one transmute, one recipe. It's laser focused, hundreds of characters' abilities all into one recipe. So of course the race to the bottom was very fast. Tailoring cooldowns is the second one, right? Tailoring cooldowns, you're looking at 2 different recipes. Chronocloth and Azurweave, or whatever the fuck it's called, right? You've got 2 very specific crafts there. You've got hundreds of characters lasered into just those 2 recipes. Concentration and this scenario of making some stuff cheap whilst you can guarantee stuff is applied to every single recipe from every single profession. So we're not talking about like, this is why I think the alt army kind of situation is people are looking at it from the experience they've had with alt armies previously, maybe haven't quite realized that you could quite easily niche down, and not everybody else is going to be niching down on the thing that you niche down on. Let's say one person chooses to spend all of their concentration on making top quality decorative lenses, right? They pick something random out of the pot, right? Something random that seems to be relatively unsupplied right now. People are not going to need to all make the same thing, right? Because there will be more flexibility on other items. We're used to this sort of like, oh, well, I'll just make another alchemist to like double, triple, quadruple, 10x my Dracothist production. People are used to dealing with that with one item. People have had no practice and no experience of how this plays out when every single crafted item has this mechanic built into it fundamentally. So, yes, it's a race to the bottom, just like it ever has been. But I still think for a significantly longer period of time, material prices will float around whatever it costs to guarantee something at quality 3. Because I still think it's going to be those people that choose to spend their day crafting a whole bunch of that thing, who will have only chosen to do that because it was worthwhile to do that in the first place. If that one thing, that one item tanks, they move on to something different. They choose to spend their concentration in a different direction. It's spreading everything out a lot more. So I'm hoping that like I mentioned at the end of yesterday's video, how things look on paper and how they actually play out in the game eventually when the economy is like let loose to do its own thing is often two very different things. Chalida with the 150 stream streak. GG. That's pretty impressive, thank you. Lucky Twitch hasn't broken this yet. I am incredibly surprised you haven't broken that either. Congratulations, thank you. There's going to be loads of people with 20 plus tunes now. It's going to change the landscape quite a bit, in my opinion. Yeah, there'll be lots of people, but the question will be is how much will people keep up with it? I've already seen quite many people turn around and say, this is Warlords of Draenor all over again. Is this going to be Garrisons 2.0? Is Garrisons 2... Because we've got NPC work orders, so we're able to level our professions, deal with NPC work orders, make a small amount without ever really interacting with the economy at all. You are... Because NPC work orders, if they give you any gold in any way, shape or form, are just going to generate inflation. It's like what happened with the mission tables, right? Mission tables were great to a degree, other than the fact that they injected an ungodly amount of gold into the game. Back in Warlords of Draenor, garrisons, one of the biggest criticisms is if you had lots of characters, you could do lots of little things on lots of characters, but because it was excluded from like the regular cycle of the economy, it just created massive amounts of inflation. An economy works best when gold flows in a circular fashion through it, right? From player to player to player to player to player. A player-driven economy is the best and most natural one. This is why World of Warcraft has done really well. As soon as you start interjecting like NPCs and non-player aspects to it, you kind of break the chain a little bit. And stuff doesn't flow quite as normally, and you get like big clumps of things happening, and you get bottlenecks, and you get all sorts of weird stuff happen. Is it confirmed that NPC work orders will give gold? Well, not strictly, no. But if they don't give you gold, they've got to give you some real good reason to do it. I think it's one of three options. They might do all three of these, much like we've seen with turn-in quests before. Why did people do their turn-in quests? They didn't do it because the gold that it made them. In fact, it cost them gold to do the turn-in quests because they usually would buy the materials to turn them in. People did it for knowledge points. So knowledge points, we already know that they're going to do catch-up via these NPC work orders. So the likelihood is that the more behind you get, the more NPC work orders that you'll be able to fill. And if each NPC work order gives you a knowledge point or two, people are going to be inclined to do all of them. And it might be at an extreme amount of cost to do all of them in one go if you're really far behind. Other than the fact that the material prices for everything always gets cheaper anyway. So if you come in late, it will be cheaper than if you did it at the start. But whatever, different topic. The knowledge points is going to be one thing. If they give you gold, people will do them just for sure. And thirdly, I think, you know, skill points, right? People will do it. This is partly the reason why people wanted NPC work orders in the first place, is because they couldn't get real orders off real people for the recipes that they had that gave them the skill points. So I think these NPC work orders are going to tick all three of those boxes. I just hope they don't end up being like too lucrative for everybody. Like, have them as catch up, but then stop their usefulness once you've caught up, I think. It's kind of what I would want to do. I have a feeling Blizzard is intentionally going to hyperinflate the... They wouldn't do it intentionally. They're not stupid enough to do it intentionally. You forget that a vast amount of their bottom line comes from keeping the economy balanced. What's this? Knowledge can be gained through various means, such as crafting recipes for the first time and completing special crafting orders offered. Logo. Yeah. There'll be crafted. There'll be NPC crafting orders there. I wonder if they'll use NPC work orders to try and correct the economy in some ways, e.g. take over the supply of certain items out of the market. Well, this is it. I think that the best approach, and Blizzard should understand that the best approach is to have the most hands-off approach they can possibly have. Anytime Blizzard interject with a market, it causes a ripple that has a knock-on effect many other places, right? This is why a truly player-driven economy is driven by the players. The price of every single item in the game is dictated by the players. Players go out of their way, they trade their time in to get those items, and then they sell them to people, and they can only sell them to people at a price which those people see value in buying that item. And they take that item and they do something with it. At no point has Blizzard said, this is worth this much. This is worth X, Y, or Z. This is why it's risky for Blizzard to do like these things where they say, oh, you can hand in a quest and it will give you 500 gold. Just give me 2 of these potions. Well, that then instantly makes each potion worth 250 gold, doesn't it? Because if you can take, you can... Maths. This is why Blizzard have slowly but surely, I think, taken out as many of like vendor shuffles as they possibly can. Because vendor shuffles created like almost a fixed price on some materials, or at the very least a floor price on some materials. These NPC work orders could end up just being, though, the low-hanging fruit for players. For any of you that have watched my content through Dragonflight, at the very least, I often say that the low-hanging fruit opportunities got removed in Dragonflight for making gold. The real entry-level, easy, basic stuff to make gold just got removed, and it didn't get replaced with anything. They bumped up gathering, herbalism, mining, skinning. They bumped that up in complexity by throwing knowledge points and spec trees and stuff at it. That took it out of being something that you just have on an alt that you do for an hour and then sell the stuff, because you were miles less efficient at that process than somebody that spends every week to keeping up with their herbalism and mining, for example. So they kind of nuked gathering. It's just a basic way to make some gold for most players. The mission table previously was something that had a very low barrier to entry. All you needed was a max level character and the ability to run some very easy Torghast dungeons to get some followers for your mission table, which you could then send out, and it would give you some free materials that you could sell. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. They took out these things, and they took out callings, for example. Do 3 world quests, pick 3 world quests, and here's like 1,500 gold. And you get a new calling every day. Like, it was a very small, almost consider it like universal basic income for everybody, right? Very simple. You do a minimal amount of effort and you get a small amount of stuff, but you only get it like once a day, once a week, whatever the case may be. They took all of that out and they replaced it with dragon riding quests. That was really it. And they bumped up the difficulty of everything else. So that meant that there was this wide gap between... You had to quite simply... You had to be above average before you even made anything in Dragonflight. But once you were above average, you were fine. You were good. Hopefully, things like NPC work orders will bridge that gap, right? It will give very simple things for people to do with their professions Meaning they may be able to look at their professions more as just a casual thing. They level up, and the more they casually level up, oh look, there's some more NPC orders I can fill. And it will give them a small injection, like help with their repair bills or whatever. Smike, thank you very much for the Prime. Cool name, by the way. I appreciate that. Greetings from Germany. Have fun with the football. Have fun with the football. Here's to hoping the English fans don't do stupid things like they always do. I agree that balanced economy commits to their bottom line, which is why I think they might balance it just as much at higher gold amounts. Will nullify anyone that's a mid-level goblin currently and refine the hamster wheel, thus expanding their market. Just spitballing feels different than prior their initiatives. The goal that they clearly wanted going into the Dragonflight profession revamp was they wanted to, my take on this is they wanted to neutralize the Mega Goblin's ability to do Mega Goblin things. Because Mega Goblins were able to do Mega Goblin things at the detriment of everybody else. And that's the critical thing, right? People who want to spend their entire day making loads of characters, leveling up a whole bunch of stuff, want to buy items off one realm, transfer them to another, sell them somewhere else. You know, people who want to go to the 10th degree can still do that. Quite happily still do that. But what they're trying to make sure is that when players do that, that it doesn't take away from everybody else. Shadowlands was the epitome of that scenario, right? If you were a god tier level goblin in Shadowlands, you were making quite literally millions of gold a month, and there was many other people that just could not make a single dime of gold throughout Shadowlands. Just couldn't get anywhere with it, right? Because there was like a handful of people that just monopolized the entire endgame system of crafting. Players didn't really like that. Blizzard didn't really like that. So clearly their approach was, right, how do we spread it out? How do we let everybody have a little bit of a go at this? How do we make it so that people can't monopolize and dominate quite so effectively? The first implementation of the crafting system sort of got there. But I think the War Within is the refinement of that entire system, right? It means that it doesn't matter if there's a Mega Goblin doing Mega Goblin things. You can still come in with your concentration, make a handful of items, add a profit, and sell them, and be happy, right? That I think is the concept here. It's looking like you're going to need 50 Acuity for each of the green profession tools as well. Those might end up being pricey, considering Acuity is limited. True. Yeah, they were pricey in Dragonflight, even without needing Acuity. I remember paying like 30,000-40,000 gold for some of my green profession tool. Quite simply because they gave me plus skill, and having something was better than not having anything. But equally, on more easy to craft things, say for example your basic reagents, decorative lenses, marble stones, engraved gem cutters, you know, the easy stuff. The stuff that doesn't have ludicrous recipe difficulties, stuff that you might be able to work well at quite quickly. People can have a go at, and then, you know, your big boys can come in and dominate the actual cut gem markets if they so wish and whatever. But you're still hamstrung by the fact that you only have 500 concentration, and your best place to spend this is where you will spend it. The most gold you can make per point of concentration is what you'll spend it on. Why wouldn't you? Why would you take less? But if you're a sweaty goblin, you're putting all your points in making the best quality cuts you possibly can, it's going to mean that the best use of your concentration is likely on the thing that you are specialized in. Meaning that opens up the market for other people who are not specialized in this to use their concentration on other things as well. The gem cutting, for example, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different like end game cuts here. Everybody might choose to people can choose to specialize into different ones, and everybody who specializes into, like, if one person picks up Masterful Ruby, they're incentivized to spend their concentration on making Masterful Rubies. If the person that spends their points into Quick Onyx, they're incentivized to use their concentration over here. And it spreads everybody out. It spreads everybody out a lot more. And hopefully it will result in something that just doesn't collapse in on itself quite so quickly. Looted an item level 742 trinket. Wait, hang on. 742? Is that not a typo? Inspiration is still in the inspiration is going. It's going. Yeah, it's going. It's not gone, but it's going. Okay. 1 of 8 adventure 742. That's broken. That's broken. Whoops. That's a bit broken. Anyway, let's. I think I'm pretty safe in determining that this hasn't really changed at all. If we can just quickly get to 50 though. This saying first time craft still clearly doesn't. Fires rates. Feel sorry, you know, for the first handful of jewel crafters on every server. Or in the game, full stop, to be honest. First few people to play around with Jewelcrafting are going to have such an uphill battle. Because this is a disgusting amount of materials you need to prospect to get basically anywhere. And I, for one, am going to be like, oh, I need to spec into prospecting ASAP. Boom, sub-spec of my choice. Gem finding. Improve your ability to extract gems from various sources. +1 skill to crushing per point in this specialization. You have a small chance to receive additional reagents when prospecting. Yes. Rushing and prospecting is faster. Not till you put 15. You now have a chance to uncover crushed gemstones at 20. So you need to put 30 points in this before you can really get anywhere. How did we say we got the radiant one? Let's just see if we can get a gauge to if that first node in Jewelcrafting does what it says it should do. Okay, well, we are definitely getting gems all of a sudden at an increased rate, it feels. They'll have to prospect an awful lot of it, though. I really don't know where you're going to get your knowledge points for on Jewelcrafting. Like, via leveling, I have struggled to find 10 knowledge points just via leveling. Made one of each of those. Make a quick emerald as my first one. I need some more ostentatious onyxes. That's prospecting this stuff, isn't it? Iron Claw. Let's not forget as well, you're actually likely to crush down a lot of your ambivalent ambers to get the crushed gemstones that you need. I started with 500 of each material as well, just for clarification. Though I would technically need to have gone through an awful lot more ore than I have. Because I'm minus 70 on crushed gemstones, I would need to make those crushed gemstones from somewhere. Crush down my bonus pebbles, take me back to 500. Then we can crush the gem ambivalent ambers to get the gems back. Oh my god. You get 1 crushed gemstones from 3 ambers and an engraved gem cutter. Ouch! Acuity seems too important to miss out on. I think both of these materials are going to be very much needed early days. Artisan's Acuity is worryingly something that I think once again we might fall into the category of people are going to shuffle for it. As painful as it is to say, I really do suspect people are going to start shuffling for this again. And by shuffling, I mean like leveling the basics of one profession or a couple of professions or as many professions as they can stomach and afford just to farm the Artisan's Acuity from them. Jewelcrafting doesn't exactly look like a prime example for this, but there are some professions out there where leveling them is going to be really cheap or cheapish, relatively cheap. Because a lot of endgame profession tools and stuff, for example, are needing like 300. Well, that's an interesting twist. They've changed these. These don't use Artisan's Acuity all of a sudden. Oh, well, they're broken still. There's no way Jewelcrafters get away not using Artisan's Acuity to make those. No way. What about the basic one? Oh, first time craft on that one. One more radiant root. We've gone through this much uncommon ore. To still have only been at 35 points is quite painful still. It still makes me think that unless you are absolutely the very first person in the world leveling Jewelcrafting, you should just buy your gems off the auction house. Somebody will do this hard work and somebody will spend this money to get the gems in the first place. Then if you're one of the first prospectors, oh my god, I can't even begin to think the amount of gold you might be able to make. Are the finishing reagents that increase skill points like we had in Dragonflight? There are, but obviously they don't work everywhere. Where are they? Bottled Brilliance increases the chance to gain a skill point by 38, 56, or 75%. There are some things you can do, yes. I'm considering just prospecting early on and bonk buying ores from guild and friends. You don't need to buy it off guild and friends, it's on the region-wide auction house. Tell your guild and your friends to sell it. Sell it on the region-wide auction house. Why should your guild and your friends sacrifice for your gain? Tell them to sell it. These are both first-time crafts as well. on Radiant Ruby. Always short on the Radiant Rubies. You're very, very, very early on as a Jewelcrafter. Gonna want to get out there and pick up your first time treasures. Do whatever early knowledge point gains you can do. Honestly, you almost want to prioritize that before leveling your profession to 50, truth be told. As those extra knowledge points you can throw into something early on might really smooth out the cost of early leveling. This is only gain 1 skill to crushing as well, by the way. This isn't even gain 1 skill to prospecting, because prospecting doesn't have skill. The only advantages you get to prospecting is doing it faster, unlocking the ability to get crushed gemstones of the equivalent quality of the ore that you prospect after 20 points. And then at full 40 points, you're finding additional ambers, which is already not really too much of a thing anyway. That just means you'll be able to convert more of them, crush them down into gems, more crushed gemstones. But your main thing is going to be seeking out these. Now have a chance to acquire emeralds when prospecting iron claw ore. If one of these ores ends up being significantly more difficult to acquire than the others, aquarite, for example, people have already said on the beta, like, just doesn't exist. Relative to lion claw ore. So you might not be prospecting aquarite ore much. You're prospecting iron claw ore predominantly. You want to spec into things that give you the chances to get the right other gems out of iron claw. Because by default, one type of ore can only give you 2 of the different colors. You have to go and say, right, okay, well, I'm going to put points in this. I'm going to put some points in this, say. This is aquarite, this is aquarite, this is iron claw. You either pick the outside 2 or you pick the inside 2. But don't emeralds go into make... Which ones go into making haste gems? Which ones are haste gems? Iron claw gives you rubies or onyx gems. Has that changed? No. Haste gems are emeralds. You're going to want 5 points in here as fast as possible. Damn, I'm 1 short. Now I can unlock a sub-spec. Now I want to give myself the luxury of also finding emeralds for iron claw ore as well. By default, iron claw ore is only going to give me rubies and onyx gems. Iron claw only gives me these 2. So I want to put some points in here to get emeralds from iron claw ore. Doink. Now I want to get another 10 points so I can unlock sapphires. It will be at that point when I will actually be able to prospect iron claw ore and technically get all the gems. Maybe not evenly, but I will get them all. But via just purely trying to level your profession, you're going to struggle to get more than these first 15 points. You're going to have to get out there on your Jewelcrafter, go pick up some Jewelcrafting treasures. To my knowledge, there's 8 of them. But go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 3 is 27. No, it's not. It's 24, isn't it? 8, 16, 24. You could get 24 extra knowledge points very quickly and easily. Another 24 points in here. Another 10 here to unlock this. That gives you 14 more points. Can you do anything fancy with 14 points in here? 2% additional chance to find an emerald instead of an amber. That's not worth fishing for early days. You would want to put another 10 in here, wouldn't you? To get the chance of crushed gemstones. Where's the vendor and faction stuff? There's 10 knowledge points on offer. By the time you're in Ashgahet, bunch of cash currency. Woof! Gonna be tough. Gonna be tough business. Because the reality is you're gonna have, as a prospector, you're gonna run out of shit that gives you knowledge points real fast. I should be able to prospect Ironclaw ore now. Let me grab another stack of Ironclaw. Gone. Half stack if else. Now if we prospect some Ironclaw ore, we should get 3 of the different rare gems. We should now get emeralds out of here as well. Onyxes and rubies by default, but we should also technically get emeralds. So the question is how frequently. If it works. Can you write a guide for leveling the Jewelcrafting without losing points? I don't think it takes a... You know, I've not so much publicly announced this yet, even though I'm currently streaming to 100 plus people, but like, I don't think it takes a genius to figure out that I'm clearly writing guides for these. They're still very much work in progress though. I have 100 plus pages of notes I need to amalgamate into something that's useful for people. It's still very rough. I am not getting emeralds, even though the game and my spec trees indicate that I should. And we are a couple of hundred ore deep into this. I'm going to keep going until I see an emerald. No emeralds. We're nearly 500 Ironclaw ore down. It's picking up that node. Makes me think it doesn't work. This is the best part of 500 Ironclaw ore down now. We are yet to still see a diamond pop out, an emerald pop out. Okay. Well, that means then, just unlocking it, you now have a chance to acquire an emerald when prospecting Ironclaw ore. I'm going to go as far as to saying if you've only just unlocked it, that's a bit of a myth. Since after 500 ore I did not get a single one. That means it's in myth territory as far as I'm concerned. I wonder then if increase your ability to find an emerald from prospecting. You have a 1% chance to acquire an emerald instead of an amber when prospecting per point you spend in this sub. 1% chance instead of an emerald. So you still have to, sorry, instead of an amber. So you still have to you still have to make the amber, but instead of it being an amber, it will then have at best a 20% chance to be an emerald instead. Plus 2%. Plus 3%. So by the time you've actually put all your points in here, you have a 25% chance of getting an emerald instead of your amber, with a 3% additional chance and a 2% chance. Yeah, so 20 plus 5, 25%. You now have a chance to discover an emerald when prospecting nullstone as an extra byproduct. The knowledge trees seem to indicate that you should be prospecting nullstone, but I think that is going to be wildly expensive in the early days. Wildly expensive. Let's assume, right? Let's simulate that we've been a good little goblin. We have ran out and we have picked up our knowledge points from our treasures. 8, 16, 24 knowledge points for treasures. So let's spend 24 more knowledge points in the most optimal fashion I think we can. Nullstone's going to be the best, but it's going to be $. Yeah, well, exactly. This is my initial thoughts as well. It's going to be mad level $. So let's say we run out. We've done 8 treasures, world drop treasures, because that helpful guy, Mr. Manthius, has told us where they all are for the launch of the expansion. Done the hard work ahead of time. We can fly around and we can pick up the 8 treasures. 8, 16, 24. So we're going to want to probably put 10 points in here. 10. That means we can unlock this, which now means we have the chance of getting sapphires from Ironclaw ore as well. Since emeralds are important to us, predominantly due to the fact that emeralds are going to make haste gems, and haste gems are always big business, to put it simply. We're going to put five. We put 10 points in here as well. That's 20. Let's say we found one more knowledge point from somewhere, so that we can put 5 points somewhere else as well. And we put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in there. Let's say we've done our first time crafts. from leveling up. We've gone and collected our treasures. We've got 40 knowledge points. We can now get crushed gemstones occasionally from our ore. We should also now have an increased chance of getting emeralds. Let me take another... Let's say I then go to the auction house and buy another 500 iron claw ore. Now, in theory, we should be doing better with it. We buy another 500 iron claw ore. There's another 20,000 gold down the drain. Prospect it. Happened. At this point, we might casually decide that, well, hang on, we may actually want to look at buying iron claw ore at quality 2 now, if the chance of spitting out crushed gemstones starts to be worth it. Not looking great so far, is it? Oh, there we go. We got our first crushed gemstone out of that. We're still getting our onyxes and our rubies. We're still yet to get an emerald out of it. Or a sapphire. I'm feeling as if these prospecting trees are hella broken. That, or you get such a heavily reduced success rate on rank 1 ore. Hey, our first ever emerald, look. That emerald should have been an amber, but it procced us an emerald. Show me the sapphire. Got our second freebie crushed gemstone. Third freebie. No more remix for me? Not short term. There will definitely be more remix in my future. I just don't have time for remix right now. Too much beta stuff to do. I said categorically going into remix that we would smash out remix as fast as we possibly can, so that as soon as beta turns up, we can focus all our attention on beta. I did as much as I possibly could in remix as fast as I possibly could, and was quite content with how much of it we got done. I killed Mythic Garrosh, that's all that really matters in my mind. Still yet to see a sapphire. A blue one, sapphires? Yeah, sapphires. There was a noticeable difference in gem totals between Q1 and Q3 ore. There will also be a noticeable price. This is the thing. The question becomes, is that noticeable price worth it? No, that's an onyx. Oh, I got excited then. Premature excitement. My bad. Okay. Well, that 500... That extra 500 ore that we bought went as far as getting us a few more gems. 11 crushed gemstones. These are not going to be cheap, are they? The TLDR means you are likely going to have to... Just unlocking this doesn't seem to... Just unlocking it doesn't seem to give you anything at all. You now have a chance to acquire stunning sapphire. Well, that's not been a chance that's materialized. Out of curiosity, if we go gung-ho, just to actually see if for the purpose of actually testing to see if the node is just broken or not. Because it could be that when you just unlock it, the chances are so slim from quality 1 ore. Let's prospect some quality 3 ore, just to see if our chances increase, or whether it's still a myth. I need to clarify that at this point, crushing quality 3 ore has to be so worth it. Because the likelihood is quality 3 ore is going to be substantially more expensive. There is the benefit that we're going to get quality 3 crushed gemstones out of this, though. I do believe that alone might make it somewhat worth doing, because crushing to generate quality 3 gemstones is not going to be an easy thing. Definitely getting way more gems though when we're prospecting quality 3 ore, like noticeably. Do we have any information about cross-realm crafting orders? Guild orders will be a thing. Cross-realm guild orders will be a thing. Public or personal, no details yet. I wouldn't hold your breath for them, honestly. But the fact that guild orders are going to be a thing, or at least they have said that guild orders are going to be a thing. Hey, it's good news for Mr. Streamer, isn't it? Mr. Streamer who just makes a guild, and anybody in the whole EU can jump in his guild and he can craft for them, and then they can quit the guild and go back on their way. I'm already open to fully abusing that system. Yeah, I'm going to go as far as saying that sapphires are a myth until you've actually put points in the node. But there is definitely a noticeable increase in the amount of gems that it does spit out at quality 3. Although the amount of gem dust doesn't seem to have changed in any way, so it's only affecting the quantity of gems. What about joining Mr. Streamer's guild and mopping up the orders yourself? That's why I'll be part of 2 guilds. There'll be my actual guild, and then there'll be the stream guild. Okay, yeah, sapphires are still a meme. How do I... hang on. The unlock bonus of now finding sapphires is not work. Tested. One. Still no sapphires. It's petty, but it's still like, I think it's still the point. That the unlock clearly says you now have a chance. Now, 500 ore is 100 prospects. You would hope that unlocking it would give you at least a 1% chance. Preferably a 5% chance at bare minimum. Something, right? But it seems to give you a 0% chance. So, that's clearly bugged. If you come along though, let's say you then go and do some weekly quests. Let's say you can get 10 knowledge points from a set of weekly quests because you've leveled up, you've dinged 80. Let's say you've got 10 more points. Doesn't it say it gives a 1% chance when an amber procs? Literally here, you have a chance to acquire a stunning sapphire when prospecting Iron Claw. That's the unlock bonus. The unlock bonus doesn't work. Increases your ability to find stunning sapphires from prospecting. You now have a 1% chance to acquire a stunning sapphire instead of an ambivaliant amber when prospecting per point spent in this spec. So that's additional to the chance that you should have by default. I would assume. If that's not right, they need to change this, because this leads you to believe that just unlocking the node like I have done here should still give you some. It's, you know, slightly, well, once again, they need better tooltips. I might be being pedantic, but the point still stands, as this tells me I have a chance. I've unlocked this, and I don't have a chance. So something somewhere is wrong. Either the tooltip is wrong, or the node doesn't actually do what it's meant to do. Whatever it is meant to do. Now my goal is probably to put 10 points in this. I've gone and done my weekly quests for the first week. But I now have a chance, if I'm going to be prospecting null stones, to get sapphires, to get emeralds, bonuses. I'm going to get a 10% chance to turn the amber into something. Oh, no, hang on. Oh, flipping out. 20, 30, 40, 50 points in the tree so far. And we now technically should be able to get all the gems by prospecting Iron Claw ore. We'll get some byproducts of gemstone, crushed gemstones out the back of it, depending on what we do with these. And our goal is obviously to sell these back out onto the market more than it costs us to buy the Iron Claw ore in the first place. But even 50 points doesn't feel like we've really got very far. We don't get any significant bonus until we put another 5, 10, 15, 20 points in the gem finding node. And that only bonus is that we now get more ambers. We're going to be shuffling quite much, I think. That said, crushing these bonus ambers that we get isn't free by proxy of needing engraved gem cutters. That makes it not technically free to do this. Your gem cutter is going to take glass, is going to take pebbles, and it's going to take the basic ore in and of itself. This is where your basic ore comes in. Makes me think more so that you are just not going to prospect bismuth, but bismuth will be bought for the purpose of making these. And when you've made these, you crush with them. That's a recycling thing. It doesn't feel very recycling though when you need to buy more ore to do it. Seems really easy to reach 100 now with some of the professions with a recent build. Yeah, Sol was saying that. I saw Sol tweeting about that. I jumped into Jewelcrafting just to test it with Jewelcrafting. It's clearly not the case with Jewelcrafting. Jewelcrafting is still in a position where you are going to have to go out and find extra things. Alchemy, you do like 1 to 3 experiments and it takes you to 100 with 0 knowledge. Okay, well that sounds borderline broken. That doesn't sound like a fix. That sounds like something. Make a few more of these to get to 50. Quite many more of these because these go yellow. Okay, there's 50. As a jewel crafter, you're probably going to go out and you're going to get this recipe real fast. This comes from a quest line in the first zone. So you can get this very fast. It's still not going to be cheap to make these though. I'm not convinced these are the final materials that go into making this. Alright. Yeah, it doesn't look like much has changed with Jewelcrafting, is the TLDR. Still not able to, even at this point, get any better quality gemstones. This might mean that crushing is just tough business to begin with. Bunch of those. Okay, that still isn't going to get us to the point where we can actually crush these ambers, generate quality 2s. Woo! Jewelcrafting is still pretty tightly tuned. Gonna make gilded vials. Damn. Gilded vials at any decent quality. You're gonna need quality 3 crushed gemstones to make even quality 2 gilded vials early days. That hurts. That's going to hurt alchemists big time. Because I don't know if you remember, but in Dragonflight, things like gilded vials had a really, really low difficulty curve. Meaning that you could pretty much make top quality gilded vials, like, or at least quality 2s relatively easily. And even most alchemists outskilled needing to use higher quality ones. But to make quality 3 gilded vials early days is going to be woo, tough cookie. And not cheap. Because the only crushed gemstones at quality 3 you're likely to come across is when people are prospecting quality 3 ore and casually generate it, which is going to be expensive in the first place. I think they need to loosen the strings on Jewelcrafting a little bit. Still feels very, very, very tightly tuned. Knowing everything else we know about the professions. Do we now more regularly get sapphires now? Question. Hey! Our first sapphire. They do exist. I do like the way the more you spec into prospecting, the less ambers you get. Because those ambers are going to get converted into rarer gems. Kind of like limiting the amount of scrap materials you get, I think is quite clever. Because in Dragonflight, if you didn't then reshuffle your pebbles into dust and do all of that extra work, it was really difficult to squeeze any value out of doing it. At least this time round, the better at it you become, the less need for more and more busy work. You can just take what you've crafted and sell it on. Put it to good use. Yeah, there we go. We're now getting all 4 different coloured gems just from the 1 ore. Probably not in equal quantities yet, but we'll do some actual 10,000 ore prospecting sessions closer to the launch. Somebody else will, and they'll just give me the data. Just saying. Still can't test unraveling on the 80 servers. At what point do we start to get worried? At what point do we start to think that there may not be enough time for them to finish everything? Because whilst I've been, for the most part, pretty positive about how the way the professions look, there are still some professions that are still very broken. Because they need to get all professions to a non-broken stage for them to then finally put, like, the polish on them, you know? You need a working profession before you can polish it, right? And polish takes time. Already getting tight on time. Vacation times are looming. Especially in Europe, yeah. We still only got 3 stunning sapphires from 500 all, though, mind. So yet we have put points into here. It's still clear to me that if you are really trying to get emeralds and sapphires, you are probably still better off, for the most part, prospecting aquarite. Here's to hoping this isn't as rare as the beta seems to indicate right now. Hopefully they put a few more nodes out for it. Alright, we're gonna put Jewelcrafting down for now, because you guys know I could sit here and tinker with Jewelcrafting and figure shit out for days. Do we test actually gonna go as far as just deleting that character. Do we go as far as testing? Somebody was saying Alchemy is now like Zan was saying Alchemy is like easy peasy level up now. Professions aren't the first priority at the moment for Blizzard. Mechanics, quests, delves, PvP, dungeons, raids are the most important things. Yeah, this is my this is that's kind of more my point. You know? Even when professions were a main focus for them going into Dragonflight, it was still a bit of a race at the end to make sure that they all even worked. You know, we only got work orders 2 weeks before the expansion went live, and look how that ended up. I think this dude's fully maxed out on his alchemy anyway. Professions is basically putting in formulas and calculations. Not necessarily. There's a couple of professions that are still really broken. The only ones that I think are even remotely close to being finished is Alchemy. Jewelcrafting's pretty good. Enchanting is close, but that's probably because they're not really doing much with enchant. There's not many professions that are like near finished. Oh yeah, this dude's already maxed out. I was testing max up for this. Out of curiosity, the Thaumaturgy, first of the day. Let's take 20 spools of weaver thread. Can I get spools of weaver thread at rank 1, please, game? Because it's a vendor item at rank 1.
Well, spit it out.
All of weaver thread. You can buy 20 of these from a vendor. Throw it into your Thaumaturgy. $20 of these. Rank 1. This spits out gleaming. Blasphemite market is in trouble. Oh, the Blasphemite market's in trouble. Every 4 days you can practically get a Blasphemite borderline for free. Still 80. The yeah. Since the pacing on this is such that your first thaumaturgy of the day seemingly nearly always gives you gleaming. And the fact that it gives you gleaming means you need 80 of this stuff to make 1 Blasphemite. You can take 20 vendor materials and get basically 20 gleaming every day. That practically puts a borderline fixed price on Blasphemites. There's still obviously a limit of how many that can physically be produced, because you can still actually only make... This is a first time thing, right? So if I go put another 20... If I go throw another 20 spools of weaver thread... In fact, let's simulate properly. Let's buy the rank 1s again. Getting gleaming from your first thaumaturgy is only a 1 time a day thing. But it means your alchemists log on once a day. Every 4 days they basically, for all intensive purposes, make a free Blasphemite. Because this time I won't get gleaming. And any subsequent time today, I won't get gleaming. There's also your transmute as well. So any ominous, mercurial, whatever the crap you get, you can once per day do a transmute as well. And that first transmute per day, or well, nearly any transmute to be fair, will give you gleaming. So you can stack these up if you wish. But you're still going to want to log in daily on an alchemist and go, here, have 20 really cheap materials. And the very first time you do it a day, once you can trigger it so it gives you gleaming, it's GG. Which is 35 points in here. And then, well, 55 to be fair. As soon as you can put 55 points in this first tree, Blasphemites are basically free. $55 points in here, 20 points in here, you're absolutely laughing. The first thaumaturgy of the day gives you extra transmutagen. The extra transmutagen is gleaming. So I think the early hype on Blasphemites being crazy expensive might be just that, hype. A week or two in, you'll see them being absolutely smashed out the park. $75 points, 4 days, 1 Blasphemite. Everybody will go for this because it's easy. Yeah. That's what your alt armies will do. Your main alchemists might play a little bit more, but your altar army alchemists will go with the path of least resistance. Just log on every day, do a thaumaturgy for the cheapest possible price you can, get your 20-ish gleaming, and every 4 days craft a blasphemite and sell it. Trick is how to get 55 points. Yeah. Although 50 or so points is usually not that difficult. Your first 50 or so points is not that difficult. You level the profession, like you level the profession to 50. You then chip away at your first time crafts, go gather some treasures. You know, it's your first 50 points is usually easy peasy. Couple of experiments, craft whatever you get, GG. Yeah. Let me load up a brand new alchemist because this dude is maxed out. Let's go. We'll go with a goblin hunter. We ain't done that for a while. Or like every 2 days, 20 from thaumaturgy and 20 from a transmute. Well, that is assuming that you have enough to do the transmute. But yes, you probably shouldn't find it too difficult to do that transmute either. Edit. Yeah, the point still stands. You are going to be logging on every day. Your alchemists, just to press that button and then to log out.
Peace, friend. Go in peace.
Oh, this is where I probably shouldn't have been a goblin, actually. Whatever.
Greetings, traveler.
Alchemy stuff.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Flask of Saving Graces. That's a GG flask to get at the beginning. Oh my god. Rock a flask first off the bat, straight off the bat. Oh, I need the fucking... Give me the formulated courage. 10 of those just to play with for the minute. Which professions are you looking more forward to? Truth be told, I stick in my lane pretty aggressively. Jewelcrafting and leatherworking are my main two. That will clearly be where my initial focus is. Alchemy's going to be fun to play with, though. I'm not entirely too sure how aggressive I'm going to be with, like, multiple alts, but, yeah. They definitely seem to have increased the frequency of learning something new from wild experimentation. Your first initial stumbling block could be the fact that you just can't press the button very often until you get these formulated courages. As soon as you can and you've learnt a few things, it's pretty much GG in it, yeah. Materials are permitted, obviously. You just keep crafting this for as long as you can. It's like, you proc a flask quickly. There's zero stress. You're also going to want to deplete your concentration on your alt army, so buying the cheapest rank 3 mats. Then use your concentration on thaumaturgy and hope you get expensive Q3 mats instead. Maybe? That still feels remarkably risky to me. I don't disagree, you'll want to deplete your concentration. You certainly won't want it capped. But I still think you might want to be using it slightly smarter than that. Yeah, we're still at the point where we can just spamming out these, presumably all the way to the top now. Yeah, this was always the thing with the discovery system. It's going to work really easily for some. For some people, it'll be a cakewalk getting to max skill. Others, if you don't proc a flask very quickly, you're going to cry. If you do, it's GG all the way to the bank. It's one of those, you almost want to pick up Alchemy, do your first experimentation. Like, oh, I suppose if you get the debuff, you get the debuff, don't you? There's no way of fixing that. I was just thinking about dropping the profession and starting again, but you'll still have the debuff. And you still 30 points in. Yeah, you just go, the very first thing you do on Alchemy, the super first thing you do is you fly around and you pick up your 8 treasures. 8, 16, 24 points. Well, you're going to want to spend those points on thaumaturgy, aren't you, realistically? You're not going to want to put points into formulated courage particularly. If you were just playing Alchemy properly, though, you put 30 points in here, get formulated courage, and then you just craft everything and keep doing experimentations until you've unlocked everything, and you just go to town. The only thing that's going to hold you back is not having the tools. But you'll fill this in a day. You'll unlock nearly all of this in a day. Yeah. Okay. Alchemy is a bit of an exception to the rule, though, I think, more than anything. I think it's an exception to the rule because of how the discovery system works. Right, let's go play on the... Let's go do some level 80 stuff. F the whole new crafting system. Let's just craft stuff and put it on the auction house. I still don't particularly mind the new crafting system. I think it's still better. I just really wish it wasn't so heavily focused towards work orders. But, truth be told, now that they're trying to make it so that you can guarantee max quality crafts and stuff like this, I think that the impact of, well, the necessity to think about doing work orders will be far less. I think you'll be very, very comfortable completely ignoring work orders. I think you'll be way more comfortable just completely ignoring it. Will you do a minimum 12-hour stream on pre-patch day? Probably not, because I won't be here. If pre-patch is going to launch when pre-patch is rumored to launch, which is the 30th, I'm not here. I'm in the UK for a wedding, so I will be missing the pre-patch hype. July 30th. Yeah, I'm off to a wedding on Friday the 26th. And I don't get back, I think, till the 31st. I can't quite remember. So yeah, if pre-patch comes out here, I'm not even here. I won't even be online, never mind 12-hour stream. I literally won't be here. What I wanted to do is take a little bit of a poke around now that we're level 80. See what's opened up and what is available to us. I'm going to do something that might seem a bit odd. And that is to potentially abandon every quest. Just so I can pick them up again and see what's what with them. Because my quest log is like practically full. Missing header. I don't know. I need to do some of these quests. There's a bunch of like daily stuff that's popped up here. Look. Meet with Archives, the first disc. Meet with Dagran in the Vault of Memory and assist him in finding Titan disc fragments for whatever this Pinnacle cache thing is. This looks like a daily thing. Contains materials for upgrading gear, gold, and more. May contain a piece of veteran gear.
Back to work.
Clearly a daily delve thing. Oh, hang on. I turned Narcissus on for thumbnail earlier and now I need to turn it off because... add-ons...
The machines must be preserved.
Call of the World Soul. I'm here for a short while to help continue to rebuild our relationship with the Earthen. Things are going well, although it might have blah blah blah. How will he aid the people of Kazalgar? World quests. People need aid through all of Kazalgar. With your help, we can bring all our people close together so we may grow stronger. Complete world quests and special assignments to aid the people of Kazalgar. Some Nerubians seem willing to work with us. Aid them, but be cautious. Select a notoriety faction to represent, then complete objectives in their name and slay rare creatures. High Speaker Eldridge fled to the Stone Vault to gather his forces. It's vital for the Earthen that his plans are stopped. Complete the Stone Vault dungeon at normal difficulty or higher. Or the Awakened Machine is vital to the Earthen. It needs maintenance, and as always, you are most dependable for the job. Defeat waves of enemies in the Awakening Machine. So, you appear to get, like... Can you, I presume, only choose one of these? Complete world quests and special assignments for another pinnacle cache and a stored key. What happens if I pick the other one?
Kindles my hope.
Notoriety. Oh. Select slay rares. They seem to ultimately end up giving you the same shit. But it is practically meaning quest objective just differs each time. The Stone Vault dungeon on normal.
We are a light in the darkness.
Defeat 20 cumulative waves of enemies at the Awakening Machine. I have no clue what the Awakening Machine is yet before people ask. But they all give you a pinnacle cache and a thing. I don't know what the Awakening Machine is. Or the trading post.
It's a good day for buying.
You should just get a quest that auto-completes if you do any one of those. Making the player pick a quest is just weird. Not sure I agree. Because if those end up being something that allows you to laser focus your effort on a certain faction, you wouldn't want to accidentally just go off and do a dungeon when you were trying to work toward a faction, for example. I think making you choose is smart.
Ah, been waiting for you.
Okay, apparently I can't explore trading post. I at least talk to all of you guys just on the off chance you let me play game. No.
Welcome to the trading post. Spirits bless you. Spirits bring you good fortune.
That don't work. Anything that's popped up over by the profession. I did a little poking around yesterday. The weekly quests for professions seem to only be implemented for gathering. They don't seem to be implemented for the crafting professions yet. Unless there's also an additional requirement to have a certain amount of skill with the profession. Highly possible. Like, these realms at least clearly don't have any skill with them yet. Oh, they've changed these icons as well. Oh, they've clearly gone in and changed a whole bunch of icons.
Choose wisely.
200, 300, 400. Stepping up in price each time. Recipes, lots of recipes. Satchel of Jewelcrafting surplus. Filled to the brim with high quality ore or possibly a recipe. 600 Artisan Acuity. Oh, well there's our gamba bags. There's our gamba bags. Do you want to risk 600 Artisan's Acuity? A chance of something? Oh, Lord. Gamba, gamba. Let me grab a drink, hang on. How'd you get Acuity? Similar fashion to Dragonflight. It's predominantly linked to gaining knowledge points or first time crafts. I already envisaged that it's a little bit more difficult to come by than it was in Dragonflight, but it also seemingly has slightly less uses. It mostly goes into making profession tools, which is for many players going to be practically a one-time thing. Once you've made your profession tools, crafters might not end up with so much use for this. Obviously, initially, it's going to go in a lot to like buying recipes you might want and stuff. But eventually, you might not really have much use for it. And at least you can get high quality ore, as it claims here, and a recipe. High quality leather, possibly a recipe. Going to be good for the double gatherers. That's a good point, actually. Pretty good for the double gatherers. Herbalists and miners, who don't really have anywhere near as much use. But artisans, metal, acuity, whatever you want to call it. Gamba bags for herbalism and mining might be helpful. The question is if it does give you a recipe, is it going to be a recipe that's for your profession? If that's the case, herbalists and miners are like, oh shit, it's just going to give you some bonus materials. Probably won't even get it. Probably, you know, it might not even give you an hour's worth of like farming materials. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be like a weekly freebie quest. This stuff.
Keep your wits about you.
Greetings, traveler. I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. My thanks for your patronage.
2, 3, 5, 6, 7. We've got more knowledge points to farm. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, spool of weaver thread is, to all intensive purposes, a vendor material at 60 silver a piece. Meaning, in today's terms, that means, what's 60 silver times 80? 0.6 times 80. At the moment, it costs 48 gold to make a blasphemite. If things stay the same way, it costs 48 gold to make a blasphemite. Your limitation is that you can only make one every 4 days. Or one every 2 days if you're proactive. So I suspect that will change. Not likely to be the big ticket token price that we early suspected it might be. I'm looking if there's any interesting world quests. Oh, this map has changed. The map's had an update, look. Oh, well, that looks even better. Now we got some sort of Subtle, but it looks better. Have the other maps changed? Oh, look! Shiny! We now finally get a proper look at the map. Ringing Deeps. That's as it was. Oh, well, this is still busted. Hallowfall is the same. Oh, hang on. Why was that shiny? Oh, it's a bountiful delve. It's got shiny on it, look. Four heroical mythic dungeons for the Emissary of War. Cinderbrew Meadery. Do any of these offer 100 key shards? It's hard to with all of these quests, it's hard to tell what's a flipping theatre troupe forget-me-not now showing. Join the cast and crew and help with the play. What the hell is that? What in the world is going on there? Stage manager.
What drives you?
This event will be up once an hour in the live game. Its cadence is sped up for testing purposes. Show must go on. No, really, it must go on. Otherwise, we might all forget who we are and nobody wants that. So there's a daily quest for this. Can't select.
Journey far and safe. May your choices return.
Theatre Troops Trove contains materials for upgrading gear, gold and more. May contain a piece of veteran gear. 1,000 rep. Participate in the theatre event and put on a costume.
Our lives are our own.
Your quest log is full. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Our forged paths intertwine. May all paths be open to you.
Okay. What's this
Returning
actual
to
quest?
task.
Help architect
Goodbye.
clean up the area.
If I don't have it, I'd love to learn to make it. I hope you find something that delights you.
Pull some bushy weeds. Make this place spick and span. New Tuskar Soup event. New event of some sort. Claims it's going to be an hourly event. Might get a rush of people on reset day to come and do it.
Speak freely. No directive needed.
Grand debut. Grand debut. Complete an event. Okay, sure. Bunch of rep, bunch of rep, bunch of rep.
No directives but
Right.
your own.
Begin the event. Audience approval. Amateur actors chest. Press buttons and pull levers. What did that say? Pull levers. Audience approval rated. Act 3,
How
forget
could
me
this
not. Pick
be?
flowers and bring them back.
Brunelda, you have to remember me. See? I have your favorite flowers.
Task in progress.
Put on a
Must maintain efficiency.
put a costume
But-
on.
I register the flowers as beautiful.
Okay. It's like soups and super blooms. Find, yeah.
Claudgrin? Claudgrin.
Defeat a dude. Who would have guessed that?
No, our efficiency will drop 40% if this love virus spreads. Your memories must be purged.
Chasing a sleepy tree is not fun. Sounds like American politics, that does. What happened? We defeated him. Completed. Take a bow.
Gundergaz stands with us.
Oh.
They
Wow.
do. And in time,
Ta-da.
I hope they understand and have a fused all their own.
Every time I bow, I get audience approval. Everybody needs to bow. I spam the bow. Damn. I didn't even get 50 audience approval. What an absolute scumbag.
A new experience.
Right, well, that you're going to do for some rep, clearly. Can we do it again?
You hear? Communication in... Oh, sorry. Hello?
Oh. No, apparently that was my... Apparently not.
Welcome, Outlander.
I shouldn't have joined it halfway,
Let's
should I?
commit our meeting
I've
to
broken it.
memory.
I've broken it by trying to start halfway. Is it going to go again? Should just be on loop, surely. There's NPCs and vendors and all sorts around here.
Welcome, Outlander.
Squid Butcher.
Tell me what drives you. Let's work something out. Transaction complete. Come again soon.
Oh, the arena's looking smart now, though, after we cleaned it up. Can confirm. Worth the effort. VIP gallery areas. Very important persons. Okay, I'm kind of half waiting for this to start again.
Speak freely. No directive needed.
But I'm starting to think it might not. American politics is a room full of medical testing chimpanzees on a rampage. One way of describing it. How important do I think having the correct professional racial will be? Honestly, I don't think it will make much of a difference. But it's one of those things that racials will either make no difference whatsoever. Somebody will find a very niche case where it matters an awful lot. I haven't found a scenario where it matters an awful lot yet, but that's not to say that they won't. For as long as they do offer you plus skill, it will be an advantage a short period of time. For example, let's say you are a leather worker and you're trying to crack out as many of the intermediate reagents as possible. Let's say you are pushing, you know, you're pushing. You've got to the point where you are like, so, you know, you're you've got your skill so close to quality 3 that you're still using a bunch of concentration, say 10 concentration to craft every one. If having 5 extra skill would push you from needing 10 concentration per craft to producing, like, to only needing 5 concentration per craft, you can then technically craft twice as much with your same amount of concentration. Next week, you'll get enough skill to guarantee it at quality 3 anyway. So it's one of those things where it might have a big impact for a very short period of time, but it should just go away. The concept is that that advantage should just go away just as quickly as it turns up, sort of. With the design goal of you being able to guarantee everything. The only weird scenario is if you are already guaranteeing something at top quality, you've min-maxed your entire profession, and the difference when you drop down to use quality 2 materials and concentration, your extra 5 skill like means instead of making 20 per day, you can make 30 per day. Then all of a sudden you can argue then, well, okay, yeah, you're making, instead of making 20 at a discount rate, you're able to make 30 at a discount rate. You stand to make more gold per day by proxy of that. I don't know how it ends up though. I think it's quite common for people to get really hell-bent around racials. When the reality is that there's going to be way more opportunities to make gold, I think, at least short term. Show starts in 5 minutes. Do we want to hang around to try and have another go at one of these shows? Maybe we can keep ourselves busy for a few minutes. We don't go do fungal folly, maybe. Well, let's hand in weapons and warriors. Let's hand in this. "32 degrees in Hungary. Thank Lord for aircon." Whew, that's pretty spicy. Whoa, hang on. Where did all of these quests come from? I've just stumbled across like 1 billion quests all of a sudden.
I need to get close.
These wanted Aura Breaker.
With an
37 degrees in
a
Romania.
man
Go
has one
work in
direct
an hour, and the sad
eat.
thing is we're not allowed to wear short
Help guide this
pants.
one's hunger
Ouch.
into a
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
activity.
I don't actually know how warm it is in Finland right now because I'm sat indoors with aircon on. But I'm hoping it's hot. I like the heat. It's 11 degrees in Ireland, absolute scorcher. Quick, get indoors before you burn. Where do we turn that in then? What? Oh, we turn it in all the way over there. Yeah, 37 degrees is quite spicy though.
Communication initiated.
Okay, 551 seems to be more level 80 gear. What do normal dungeons at level 80 give us? Why can't I see any of this? Hello? Why can't I see these? Odd. Yeah, I'm level 80, yeah, I'm still less than 500 item level. Oh, hello, where's my helm gone? No, I'm not, I should be more than that. 530, look. So I've managed to ding level 80. Not any more geared than some people are walking around retail with right now.
Tending cycle interrupted. Resuming tending cycle.
The endgame campaign is giving some explorers gear. Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, that's cool. Nice little intro to gearing. Welcome in, Mr. GM, by the way. Everybody wave, everybody say hi. Happy late birthday, by the way.
Hello there.
Grow closer.
Oh, you've been lurking for a bit.
Tend your own garden.
We've mostly been messing around with professions today, so... I thought, though, with having a level 80, it made sense to go and actually use it and play a little bit. Is this theatre business back up and running again? We killed 4 minutes yet. Ta-da! Okay, let's give this a go again.
Tell me.
The stage manager. Go.
Give our actors a hand. They need all the support we can give.
Oh, you're not happy. You're not happy at all. Right, you're done. Next. So if this is going to be hourly, I wonder what we're going to get from these things. Amateur actors chests. This screams like 11.0 rifts, doesn't it? Something we're going to do every hour on the hour for some beneficial gain. Hopefully this becomes something that you don't strictly need to be level 80 to attend with. I'm obviously level 80 now, but we can maybe come back and try it on a lower level character. Big question is why? I'm not sure it's going to be particularly easy to get these rewards on beta. Not without some streamer privileges pulling together. Oh, this is one thing I was thinking about actually. They've opened a new realm on the beta to help test with cross-realm guild stuff. Meaning that we probably should put a guild together. Get a few people in it, see how it all works. Get a few people on different realms. Bit of a beta guild. A beta guild for beta players. world of Betacraft. Because especially cross-realm work orders, something that I know I'm interested in. Not that I particularly enjoy work orders, but I am quite interested. Let's put it this way. I'm more interested in spending some time doing work orders if I can hoover the hoover the orders for the entire region just by inviting people into the guild first. That I'd entertain. Train with the greenhorn actor. How do we train with you? Apparently not. I'm still stuck on doing last quest, brother. Joke's on you, my wife loves me, beta. Make a big impact if we can park the alts at the timed event spots and level them by farming up useful bags. Ooh. Yeah, for every hour you can do an event, like get some experience from doing it. Just while you're off passively doing other things on your main. Possibility there if there's XP to be had. Did we have, what did we have in 10.0? We had whatever was going on in flipping, oh god, I can't remember the name. Because we didn't have storms in 10.0, did we? Storms came a little bit later. We had like the oh my god, why can't I remember its name? We had the thing that's here. Where's this place called? My mind's gone blank. The thing here, that was the thing with the Torghast powers. That was our 10.0 thing. Which ultimately ended up being heavily abused by people power leveling. So maybe Blizzard are going to be a touch more cautious with that this time to not make it so... The Cobalt Assembly, that's the one. Thank you for getting me out of a hole. Maybe that might, this might become sort of like... That was the 10.0 event. Maybe this becomes the 11.0 event. I feel like delve boosting will become a thing. Delve boosting could. Oh, what's going on here? Eat as much food as possible. Don't have to ask me twice. Nom 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 nom. Eat everything in sight. At mode activated. That politically correct in 2024? It's probably not, is it?
I command you to celebrate my arrival.
Drink as many drinks as you can. Dance all night. Yeah. Oh, okay. Whoa.
Now that the keeper is gone, get to work, you blockhead.
We don't seem to be able to kill these. Just stay away. Sure. Come on. Come on. Does this do damage to you if it gets to you? All I'm trying to think is, are there going to be aspects of this that prevent people from just AFKing the whole thing? Because as we know, players love maximum reward for minimum effort. If minimum effort consists of standing on the side AFK, you bet your ass people will do it by the million. So there needs to be something that is going to proactively swat people who just try and AFK the event. Do the event or don't get the reward. I don't think that's too hot of a take.
Earthen! You will all regret this!
There's enough stuff that does damage to people.
I've been struck.
It will be fine.
I
Drag
cannot
Dawn
move.
to the portal. Who are we dragging?
Well done, my beloved Earthen. I promise to never leave you with such a tyrannical master again. Now,
Come on, you big spectral giant, you. Go. No. Oh my god, lag spike. We are all quite literally running on the spot. On! So close. Oh. Keeps going backwards. Yes. Take a bow. Take a bow.
My sister
Okay, we still didn't even get a single amateur actor's chest.
do not worry, my stoneborn children.
Okay. Testing this could be a bit of a challenge. If it turns up every 5 minutes, then it's going to be too frequently for enough people to actually do it. I guess it's better than the 13 people that are on the alpha though, right? Materials for upgrading gear, gold, more, may contain a piece of veteran gear. So this is your theatre's trove. What's the odds that this ends up being a weekly thing rather than a daily thing? 600 gold, gem-studded signet of Harmonious, 2 out of 8 veteran gear, and some carved harbinger crests, valor stones, you know, the basics. Okay. 587 ring. Yoink. Get it on. Alright. Well, get used to this, because it looks like we're going to be doing it a bunch. I did also get 1,000 rep with the Council of Dornogal, which we are almost Renown 5. Oh wait, hang on. No, what? You may now assist with the performances, requires level 80. Oh, so this might be a level 80 thing. That's what we're that's this thing, right? That's what we were just doing. So you are going to need to be level 80 to do this by the sounds of things. Oh, well, at least that cuts out the potential for people to AFK level alts. I don't mean to be the fun police, but if something like that exists, it gets abused. So maybe it not being a thing is a good thing. They've clearly switched on for me to test things before. Should be able to get it, but sure. Show must go on. Giving you a speed boost for the duration. Giving you points throughout the performances. A costume chest to put stuff on. Bonus to your resonance crystals. Resonance crystals being Dragonheart Supplies 2.0, by the way. Okay. You're going to slowly just be more efficient at doing this as time goes on. Do you get a heroic award at the end of every path? It's can be used as an optional reagent to increase a crafted item's level up to 606. Get one at the end of this. 2. 1, 2. Ah. That's the same but different. Speak to the assembly of the Deep's emissary in Dornogor. Receive a crest of the kobolds. This can be used to uncover an enchanted runed harbinger's crest. It is used as an optional reagent to increase a crafted item's level up to 606. Same but different. Okay, so there's 4 pieces of 606 gear available by capping your Renown. You bet your ass people are going to be blasting this as fast as they possibly can in the first... Your race to world first style players are going to be pumping these reputations as fast as they can. This is less my focus going into the war within, but I bet there's some people that are already calculating and min-maxing the path of least resistance to maximum reputation for those 4 heroic rewards going into the first tier. So yeah, if this ends up being an hourly thing that gives you rep with one faction, expect it to be very busy. Very busy. We do follower dungeons yet? Oh, we can do the follower dungeons now. It wasn't letting us do follower dungeons. We test the follower dungeons. Especially since I believe some of the recipes come from dungeons this time round, meaning that we can potentially use follower dungeons to go out and get them. This might be a sneaky way to finish off the leveling of those professions. If you can go get a recipe from doing just, you know, basic follower dungeon a few times until you get it. I don't know. I'm kind of, I'm in that weird position right now where there's just too much stuff to do. I don't know what to do. But let's just go do a delve. This is why I kind of feel like I should have probably lore mastered on this character to begin with. Companion experience? Provide a significant increase to companion experience. Weathered coin coffer. And some spoils. Recommended for adventures at item level 515 plus. What are we? 534. Yesterday, tier 3 absolutely kicked our ass. The purpose of just seeing what it's like, we'll do a level 1. Not here to challenge myself right now. Right, let's pick up the candle.
The candle gets weaker when you move. Watch your steps.
Watch my steps. Okay. Luckily, as a hunter, I don't need to move. Oh, 100 wax. Nice. Okay. 1 room. Oh, no, but we're going to lose out on treasures if we do. That's no. Through, coming through. Oh, there's a treasure. I can't not pick up the treasures. Against the law. Oh! We picked up a straight experience token. They were stating they were going to improve Bronzebeard's leveling.
Hey, it's too far away. It still means God.
Tier 3 was 545 recommended. Oh, it's in the drop down, is it? Okay, I missed that. Okay, yeah, so that sort of makes sense why we were getting a little bit spanked in tier 3s. Treasures. Negative. How much health points do you have? It's a fairly new 3.3 mil. Yeah, 3.3 mil. Relatively freshly dinged level 80.
Here's your take of the spoils.
Treasure.
Now I'm making progress.
Okay. Definitely worth picking up the treasures then. More than it was before.
It's not ready yet.
I really want to like delves. I do hope that they can get them in to a state that's good for players like me. Really want to like delves. I want it to be something where I feel it's worthwhile putting in.
Take a wee rest.
I don't know how this is possible, but I would like it if they were to somehow make it so that they could separate delves from other endgame content. Such as making it like a relatively solo challenge. Because you know what's going to happen. If you don't mythic raid, and if you don't have full mythic gear, you're not going to be able to progress anywhere near as far in delves. I would rather the delves focus more so on skill aspect than just pure brute force from your gear, if that makes sense. Not that I see it will go that way. I would like it if it did. All the same. I assume nothing profession is gated behind Renown. Well, there's still knowledge points behind Renown. So in that regard, yes, there is profession gated stuff.
You're looking a bit rough.
You might not find many recipes behind Renown. They seem to have now that they've made everything fully account wide, they seem to have taken the decision to remove recipes from Renown, and more allow you to just go get those recipes in a more targeted fashion. They've spread recipes out a little bit more. Some are going to be in delves, some are going to be in dungeons, this sort of stuff. Time will tell what the popular ones end up being, and if you have to go do some stuff time to time. Which I like. I kind of, for me, the less recipes on an NPC vendor, the better, honestly. I kind of like professions where you sort of have some reason to go out and do the gameplay. Locking everything behind endgame bosses,
I need a target.
1 or 2 recipes, sure. I still don't quite like the fact that there's so much locked behind, you know, mythic dungeon, mythic raid bosses, or raid bosses in general. It's good, because obviously it gives you a good reason to go and do it. And as long as they're at least tradable so you can put them on the auction house, it's fine. But hopefully this time, you know, there's some by quests, there's some by doing some delves, some drop off bosses in dungeons, this sort of stuff. The more gameplay aspects to the professions, the better in my opinion. This is why I really liked Legion. Legion was fun for me because every time you logged on in Legion, if you wanted to spend an afternoon playing with your professions, there was more than just standing at an NPC, crafting a few things to then put it on the auction house. You know, there was a quest line that you could work through. You could gain skill ranks of your stuff by completing the quest lines. You know, it felt more gameplay oriented. And I liked that back in Legion. It wasn't for everybody, but that was mostly because not everybody cared about the professions in the same way. A lot of people just wanted to get the professions done so that they could craft the biggest and best thing. There was a min-maxy approach to the professions in that regard still. Increase your maximum health, yes please. 6.6 mil health.
Give me a moment, champion.
Just notice me candle's getting rather small, isn't it? They've messed up Inscription. You need some Najatar quest items to craft things for some reason. Whoops. Inscription was already broken. So we'll chalk that up to it's still broken.
Stronger by the second.
Inquiring minds just got to know.
Might change the skinning for my alt army. I suspect that there is another elusive creature bait elite thing. The question becomes is, does the material have strong enough demand for it to be worth much of anything? Look at, what was it? Dreaming Antler Fangs. Everybody in 10.2 got excited about those. Then it turned out that it was only used in shit that nobody cared about, so nobody cared about it. And oddly, Cobra Skin continued to rise to dizzy heights. It's a gamble for sure. It's kind of why I tend to recommend that you don't make any, you know, knee-jerk reactions about things like alt armies until you have, like, until you kind of know what the meta is. I personally still prefer to go the route of just have, like, one of every profession, and if something jumps out as being flavour of the month, then, well, you can at least play with whatever the flavour of the month thing is. even Shadowlands was a fun one for this, where people would every single patch like hyper optimize the professions they had on their characters to like min max. Back then it was for crafting the crafter's marks. You had the right combination, if you had the right combination of professions, you won, which was weird. Oh no, I died. Bran, what are you doing? Healer failed me. Wait, what?
Candles to stay safe from these shadows. The candle gets weaker when you move. Watch your steps.
Can I not have the candle anymore? Actually, almost worth dying once just to get another candle. You think making all recipes stackable is a good idea? What do you mean by stackable? What? Oh, are you referring to the fact that you could put them on the region-wide auction house? Is that what you mean? Making them like considered commodities? I'm going to assume that's what you meant, even if you didn't. I don't think it'd make much difference, truth be told, especially once warbands are a thing. Whilst the in-game, whilst you're not going to have much luxury of this in-game, you will find that going in buying something off another realm, if it so happens to be cheaper, will be an option for players, way more so. Because you'll just level an ult, you'll just make an ult on the server where that thing is cheap. Take the gold out of your warband bank and just go buy it. That said, there's nothing going to be in-game that's going to tell players that something's cheaper on another server. So, in some regards, yeah, making recipes region-wide is not a terrible idea. But it's equally, for those savvy enough to know where to look, it's already not really a problem. Okay, so Bran leveled up. He got 510 experience for completing that. They've definitely jacked up his leveling speed. Now apparently we seem not to care about candle business anymore. Candle sanctuary. Boom. Cash monies. $10 a piece this time. They've 10x the amount of gold. This amulet on the floor. Can I pick this up? Why can't I pick up the amulet? Okay, heavy trunk. Crests. A ring, 567 ring. Upgrade. Bag of gold, 40 gold. Valor Stones, Idol of Final Will, Combat Curio, rank 1 of 4. During combat, Bran designates a player to guide his shot for 4 seconds before firing forward their location and dealing moderate physical damage to the first enemy hit. on use, add this curio to Brand's collection. That's cool. There you go. Brand be better. Brand be better, Brand be good.
The answers are here. I can feel it.
I still don't know why I can't pick up this amulet. It makes me feel like I should be able to. It's twinkling at me. Can't have something twinkle at me and not let me have it. That just feels mean. Like mop tinkers for Bran. Similar, yeah. So he's now level 4. He has his combat curio now. We can put Brand spells and abilities have a chance to awaken the idol, shielding an injured player for 15% of their missing health. Or the final will one that we just picked up. That seems just way more passive. Okay. At level 5, he'll get Relic of Oldham. Okay. Yeah, we are just going to need to level his ass up. Is there anything at any point that makes him pick up more gold stuff? Gathering. Nothing here. His healer skills seem to cap out at 11. His damage skills also seem to cap out at 11. Doesn't he have like 50 levels though? Doesn't seem to be any way to see progress. UI work in progress still, clearly. Alright, cool. Let's go do another one. So that goes to 11. Very clever. Yes, it does. Kobold pickaxe. Where'd he go? There a minute ago. Kobold pickaxe. Oh, it's gone. Somebody's yoinked it. Son bitch.
I don't have a touch.
Oh well, snooze you lose apparently. Right, give me a minute boys and girls, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break for 2. Then we'll figure out some more stuff to have a little bit of a poke around with. I'll be back in 2. Go on, Pedro. Pedros. Alright. Where's next on the list? I kind of want to get all of these quests out of the way. I need to spend a little while just lore mastering these areas. We spend a bit of time just smashing through some stuff. Clean the map a little bit. Oh, it's night time again. I need another potion on. Another potion. Where's me daytime potion? There we go. Ta-da! And there was light.
My directive is to tend to the storm rooks.
On some predators. Can do. Some sleepy sheeps.
Terminated.
These sheeps are funny. Another quest down here. Dropped package. Open with care, contains volatile elemental minerals. Not sure I like the sound of that. What are you? Warned claimed Freystone. Okay. Increase your Dragon Isles Jewelcrafting again. Is that the second one of those? Okay, these are weeklies again. Since we've now technically had a reset, I'm now finding extra knowledge points. Digging for dirt, by the way. Saying. They don't show up on my mini-map, though. You do genuinely need to spot them. I don't know how I feel about this. After Dragonflight 10.0 specifically. Sturdy Nerubian. Okay, yeah, so that should be the second one of those as well. Ancient gem fragments. Skip tear stones. Where's the ancient Nerubian things? Where did that go? Oh yeah, studded leather band we're going to find again in a minute. I'd put money on it. Where'd it go? Clean my bags. Who would have thought? Oh, it's here. That's why I couldn't spot it. Yeah, I'd put money on the fact that I'm going to find a studded leather band in a minute. From these 500 dirt piles that are lying about everywhere. Valor stones, key shards. Oh, I've also just realised. Can I not and should I not be able to change to regular riding now? Where's the Pathfinder? Okay, so we still can't test that properly, apparently. Although somebody did say they figured out how to do that. Good dirt pile farming for a minute then. Another one? No, that's not another one. Oh, it's really hard to distinguish the damn things. Is there going to be a node, any of these fellas, that makes it so you can see them? It would probably be a kind of thing that you get before Renown 12, I would guess. Oh, transportation to Ashgahet. Transportation that goes between Dornogal and Ashgahet is now unlocked. That would be cool. Look forward to that. Radiant Remnant drops increased. You've unlocked access to Awakening the Machine. Oh, okay. So it looks like there's actually a mini event in every zone. You may now encounter rare events when snuffling. Oh no, go away, you silly dig rats. Not a fan of silly dig rats. Okay. I'm going to assume not. Assume not that there's not. I'm going to assume there's not an easy way to track these dirt nodes. Let it be known they do exist. This treasure. There are some there are obviously lots of treasures that show up on the map. Oh god, you're an elite. Sense you're going to rip me a new one.
I can't use that item.
I am very quickly coming to the conclusion this is a bad idea. This place does not feel fun. How much health has this dude got? 6 mil?
It's still recharged.
Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm dead anyway. Hey. This honey area, bloody hell. Slaps. Cinderbrew Meadery. Elites for days around here. I need to explore the zones more. All the elite level 80 zones are kind of nuts. It feels it. Don't mess about. Let's get Pet back out. I think we'll leave that elemental Geodude. No. Oh my god, lag spikes. It's everywhere. Oh, hang on, I died, haven't I? Which means I've lost daytime. Nighttime. Daytime. Okay. I'm going to assume I just got lucky finding like 4 or 5 dirt piles then. Let's go back to regular stuff.
Great to meet you. Off with you.
You still don't want to talk to me. Why don't you want to talk to me? Okay.
Oh, didn't see you standing there. Bye!
I had better luck finding them with the outline mode on because of the purple shine from high up in the sky. Yeah, that might be a play. I put twinklies on for like thumbnails. And for some things I prefer the twinklies rather than the outline.
See you later.
But dirt piles could be one.
Travels.
It's definitely better to have purple outline on. Gornogle Craftsman's flat knife. Oh, there it is. There it is. Looking for you. Been looking for you. Yeah, I've been looking for you. For the sheep. Where am I? Where am I? On. Importantly, I am at 58. 9 on a barrel. Beautiful. That, I think, is all the leatherwork. Cool. That's all the leatherworking one. The profession's locked behind level 80. No. No. You can start your profession straight away. There's some early indications that some of the weekly quests might require you to be level 80. But at the moment, they have only implemented the weekly quests for the gathering professions. So that might change. Missing one Jewelcrafting one. I think it's going to be somewhere in the Isle of Dawn, because it's actually the zone I have explored the least. 2 in Ashkahet. Sort of. Ow, flip. One in Isle of Dawn, 1 in Dornogal, 2 in the Ringing Deeps, 2 in Hallowfall, 2 in Ashkahet. Yeah, so it sounds like there's 2 treasures, each profession, in each zone. So that's an easier way of eliminating where they might be. I'm still missing... Yeah. Gentle Dual Hammer. That's going to be in Dornogal somewhere. How did you know the Gentle Dual Hammer was the one I was going to be missing? Yeah. 8 total for each profession, 2 per zone. Yeah, that seems to be plan. Over the next week or so, I'll hunt them all down. There's one for herbalism that seems to be cucked by phasing in the Ringing Deeps. Oh, I see. Oh, you just looked at my bags and didn't see it. Oh, you just saw the one I was missing. I see. Clever. Yeah, I've deliberately not used them, so I can easier keep track of which ones I have actually got and which ones I haven't, in case my notes didn't tally up correctly. Have you been on the hunt for all of these now, Zan? Have you found them all? A lot of flying about. Oh, what? Pet's dead? Flipping out. Are the profession masters with the free knowledge points back too? I haven't found one yet to confirm or deny. They were actually added, or at least they acted as a vendor quite late in the beta last time. Oh yeah, all but that leather, all but that herbalism one. Yeah, nice effort. I've got to electrify a sheep. Oh, poor sheep. 88 total. I've got 87 in your bags. Effort. I mean, I'm sure you've already put 2 and 2 together, but for the sake of everybody else in chat, for those of you that wish to do profession cycling, gain as much artisan's metal as possible, flying your ass around and collecting 88 knowledge points. What's 88 times 3 times 5 or whatever it is? Let's just say 90 9, 18, 27, 270 times 3, that's 270 times 5. That's over 1,000 Artisan's Acuity. By just flying around, picking up all the treasures and swapping your professions out. It'll take you a couple of hours, but if you know exactly where they are and have waypoints to go and do it, that's basically 3 of your... In fact, that's more than 3 of your profession tools, because they're not 500 Acuity anymore. They've dropped them down to 300. So that's going to be enough for all 3 of your profession tools straight away, plus spares. It's annoying how optimal that is early days. Really annoying. These are the reasons why I'm... This is one of the reasons why I might not actually play my main character at the beginning. It feels really weird because I cannot possibly drop my professions on that dude. In Dragonflight, they had the limit of you needing to get 25 skill points or whatever before you could pick them up. That's currently not the case in the Warband. Yeah, currently not the case. Truth be told, there might be some people that are more than willing to level them to 25 anyway for first-time craft bonuses in each of the professions to even stack that Artisan's Acuity even further. While its uses aren't quite as long-term this time around, since it goes into buying recipes and your profession tools pretty much exclusively, you don't need as much Artisan's Acuity long-term, but short-term, it's still definitely an advantage. You can have 900 Artisan's Acuity saved up almost instantly. That means you should be able to, in theory, get your 3 pieces of profession gear. The very second there's a crafter out there that can make them for you. There's 40 skill. Straight away. Even if that means less concentration needed in the first few weeks on, you know, dumb stuff you don't want to spend it on. In the game of min-maxing professions, it's the way you do it. God, I hit like a wet fish at the moment. This is like remix level 70 all over again. A lash room? Okay. I have like negative health. Do with a health potion. What am I doing here? Possible predators slain.
Hey, that's too far away.
Why wouldn't I play my main at the start? Because I refuse to drop my professions. I've had Jewelcrafting and leatherworking on my main character for over a decade, with like 95% plus recipe collection on them. There is no way I'm dropping them. Meaning I might play a second spare hunter to begin with, of which I can do profession shuffling on to gain as much of an early advantage on Jewelcrafting, and play that character as my main character for a while. And then once the early bird advantage has gone away, switch back over to my main character and use the NPC catch-up system to play catch-up on the characters where I actually want to collect all the recipes. if we do not find sufficient other ways to get Acuity quickly, there's obviously a lot more to explore and find out, or that's a reality, but it's the thoughts that are going through my head right now that it might weirdly be optimal for me personally not play my main at the beginning. And hopefully I wouldn't be at much of a disadvantage doing that either, because of the way account-wide stuff works. No, I won't need to, when I then decide to switch back to my main hunter, continue playing, you know, reputation grind won't need to be done again. I can transfer any material, like currencies for the most part over. Swapping your main should be way more easy to do. I don't know. These are just early thoughts. Having a matching gathering profession whilst you're doing lots of rep grinding and such is good too. Yeah, you're not wrong. For whilst you are proactively spending a lot of time out in the world doing things, it might also be lucrative to have double gathering. This is why maybe going double gathering on one character, doing all the rep grinds and stuff on one character with a double gatherer, meaning you're picking like loads of shit up at the same time. Then switching over, having a second character that actually does your profession shuffling, focuses on getting that early bird advantage with goal making. Then later on down the line I can switch out to actually play the characters I want to play properly. It's gonna be odd. It's gonna feel weird. Like the fact that the game might actually feel like you can hop about on different characters and not feel as if you're at a boss by doing it. It's kind of gonna feel a bit weird, you know. Do the gathering professions have a mounted talent again? They do. If you've unlocked it in Dragonflight, it doesn't matter. Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase that better. Having it unlocked in Dragonflight makes no difference. You're going to need to unlock it again. Just proactively jumping onto what the next question would probably be. You know, thematically, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, well, I learned to fly and pick up herbs in Dragonflight. Surely that should be a skill that I can transfer forward. No, you're going to have to unlock it again. Those reasons. It's a big goat, you know.
See you soon.
Every Stormrook has its own personality.
500 rep. At least going around lore mastering on this character will give me an indication of just how much rep is like available on the map. By leveling, I suspect you'll get to around Renown 4 or 5. I did the campaign, I did some of the side stories. And I suspect a few days at being max level, cleaning the map of any remaining quests you left on your journey to 80, might quite quickly get you to sort of Renown 6, 7, something like that. What the plan of action is of getting it to 25, God only knows at this point. But I meant to be following this goat? I think I am, aren't I? Are there any reputation patterns? Not strictly. But there are patterns that need to be purchased with a special currency that will require you to spend quite some time playing within a certain faction. The boundaries are a little bit more blurred this time. Straight Renown won't unlock a vendor where you just go buy the thing. You'll also need a special currency to go with it. In the cases that I've found so far. Of course, nothing's ever simple. Ooh. These treasures also seem to give 250 rep apiece. Much like the flags, I guess. Kazangar Law Hunter. Much like the flags, this could be a 250 rep apiece. How many tunes can you have in a warband? All your tunes are in a warband. All your tunes are in a warband. Your account is your warband.
Drive my directive.
Don't know what path to take when the War Within launches. Thinking about starting with gathering to make some early gold with, but then remembered bots. Also a lot of people might take the same route as me, or I should start camping and crafting instead ASAP. Well, the simple answer to that is how much gold do you have already? Because if you've already got a nest egg, then you don't need to gather to get the nest egg. Use that nest egg to get straight into crafting. 23 mil? Don't bother with farming. If you got 23 mil in the bank, you don't, you don't see millionaires working at McDonald's. That's your nest egg right there. That's what we were talking about earlier about maybe, whilst you are out in the world doing busy work, if you're grinding out world quests, for example, you probably want to grind out world quests on a character. For reference, if you're doing the world quests for the purpose of like getting reps, say, if you're doing the rep grinds, you probably want herbalism and mining on that character. But we're now going to have the flexibility that you can do that on any character. So jump onto your gatherer. Jump onto the toon that has herbalism and mining. Do all your daily quests, your world quests and stuff on that character predominantly. Because then you can pick up herbs, and that's just like, as close to like passive income as you can get. Because at the end of the day, every little helps, right? Why wouldn't you? Running around, like doing what I'm doing now for the part with herbalism, like Jewelcrafting and leatherworking. These are not doing anything for me right now. If I had herbalism and mining while I was doing all of this, I could be picking up some herbs, and every little helps. But if you got 23 mil in the bank, you don't have to worry about that too much. And if you want, that kind of gold affords you the ability to do whatever the hell you want. Quite literally. You want to pick up a crafting profession and be the best person on your server at crafting a certain thing, you can do it. And equally, you'll probably turn that 23 into 50 by doing it.
Hello. See you around.
The biggest advantage you have at the beginning of an expansion is time. Right? The more time you dedicate to doing something, the further ahead of it you will be. If every hour you dedicate towards herbing and mining, sure, you make gold in that hour, but that isn't going to give you any long tail advantage, because the second you stop gathering, is the second you stop making gold, right? It's a direct trade. Time for gold. Time for gold. With crafting, you can take 1 million gold, you can throw it into a crafting profession in the first week, and then you can propel yourself so far ahead that 4 weeks later, you're still recuperating the benefit of that early advantage. This is why I've always much preferred crafting. Not always as profitable. Obviously, you have to risk your own gold in, you know, leveling stuff up, but I find it way more enjoyable. I hate farming. Like, I cannot stress this enough. If you see me farming, something's going wrong. Please send help.
What do you want?
There were very, 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 very small windows where I consider farming worth my time. If it's not 6 figures, I'm not interested. Do we know if the renown is the combination of all characters? What I understood was that the highest renown in your warband will be shared to the other warband characters. Yes. Yeah, you will have your renown is the same on every character. You don't when you complete a quest that gives you, let's see if I can find a quest that has it. When you complete a quest that gives you some renown, please hold. Of course I can't find one now. So here, for example, right, when you complete a quest that gives you renown, it tells you that this is warband reputation. This is 150 reputation to that faction, and it just is the same for all of your characters. So it's not a combination of all of them. It's the fact that when you earn it, you just it just goes into one pool in the first place. But this quest, let's say you were to do this quest again on an alt, you wouldn't get this. As it states, this is a one-time warband bonus. This reputation would be switched out for something else. And that something else, they've probably going to have as resonance crystals. So if you do the same quests multiple times on multiple characters, you'll gain resonance crystals instead of reputation from the second time onward. In most cases, I guess. Resonance crystals are going to be your Dragon Isle supplies, basically. It's the account-wide system that people have kind of wanted with reps for years. There's going to be no such thing as grinding a rep a second time. Once you've done it once, it's done. This is all the more reason why you'll find people going hard on rep in like the first couple of weeks. For that ultimate mindset for the rest of the expansion that it's done. GG. What's this? What's going on at the bottom of said blue post? You're a tease, Jack. You never give me the full answers. What's going on here? What am I looking at? Bottom comments. How do I get to the bottom? Oh, there's only... This is the furthest blue 5 days ago. Of the post. Known issues. Copy characters will be missing Dragonflight reputations, any flight points, and certain existing achievement progress. Item sort and cleanup doesn't work as expected in all cases. Dragonflight reps will disappear in the reputation tab when logging out. Appearance acquisitions are sometimes listed twice in chat. Deposit all warband items. Deposit more than warbound items. Deposit all warband items. Pulls items from the character bank. Some reagents cannot be used from the warband bank. Items cannot be swapped in the account-wide bank. Players cannot purchase account-wide bank tabs with money stored in the account-wide bank. Yeah, it's 7 levels of broken. This is why I'm really glad that they're testing it on the PTR now. Its implementation is going to be in pre-patch. So hopefully by the time the actual expansion launches, it might not be completely fucked. Hopefully. It was always going to be a shit show, this thing. 20 years of spaghetti code being smushed into one place was never going to go down well.
I need a target.
The last one means you'll be able to purchase stuff from the Warband bank with the gold in it. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, buying the bigger tabs, for example. I mean, it's a bit of a I'm going to be honest, it's a bit of a non-issue, really, because if you've got the gold in your Warband bank and you want to buy, like, tab 4 or tab 5 million gold or the 2.5 million gold bank tab, you've got the gold in your Warband bank, just withdraw it. It's just one extra step, you know, you just withdraw the gold, then you buy the tab. Like, a bit of a non-issue. Things like, the best use case for me would be if they were to do, like, when you go to a vendor and you do your gear repairs. That's the kind of thing that I would want your Warband, you know, cash monies to be used for. Just like we have access for that with guilds. Whatever the code is for guilds, just copy-paste. That said, I still don't really understand why they've, a Jade Pearl? I still don't understand why they didn't just make gold. Well, same with all of the currencies, truth be told. I think they should have just made all currencies, like, actually account-wide in the first place. I'm not sure why they felt the need to kind of still keep them on individual characters. Oh, Warband rep with Council of Dornogle increased by 150. Okay. Probably a one-time rep treasure. Yeah, I still don't get why they're doing this kind of like half a job with currencies. There must be more to it that we don't know. Just kind of like, why when I earn a currency does it even go on my character? Why doesn't it just go straight into the warband? They're clearly putting a lot of effort to make things account-wide. My only suspicion is that there's just so much goddamn spaghetti code involved because everything has been character-based for 20 years. To all of a sudden turn things from being character-based to account-wide is, you know, clearly not that easy. Wow, you literally 3-shot my pet. You beast. You beast. Hardened Carapace sounds like an ability I want to interrupt. Dead. Haha! Killing a rare gave me rep as well. I wonder if that's going to be like a daily thing or a one-time thing or what? Bear farming for rep will be an interesting addition. It would likely be laggy if, like the guild bank, if it was truly account-wide. Well, yeah, this is a thing. The guild bank has... I've spoke about this before. Many people probably have heard this story a handful of times, but there's to my understanding at least, there's way more like security checks that go into place with the guild bank because it's considered a public space. So to put something into a public space, it has to be verified how many goes into it, and then it need, you know, there's probably some like transaction ledger or something that goes on in the background for the guild bank, which is why it's slow as all hell to do it. Probably to make sure that you can't, like, nothing goes missing by a lag or something like that. And to prevent, like, dodgy shit happening. But it, yeah, the downside of that means that the guild, putting stuff in and out of the guild bank is really goddamn slow. And that's kind of a security system, really. Anything. If it's your personal bank, it doesn't matter quite so much. You can speed up the process and do the verification checks after, sort of thing. At least it'd only be one player that can access it at a time, so it wouldn't be as laggy. Well, they're already doing that with the Warband. If you have multiple accounts, you will only be able to access it with an account at a time. Which is going to frustrate goblins. Because if you've got 2 accounts, because you run an auction house account, you buy all your materials on one account, example. You buy all of your materials on one account, and you plan to throw them all in your Warband bank, whilst your other account is on another screen doing some crafting. You'll have to physically log off your auction house account to give your main account access to the Warband, so you can craft with it. It's going to be somewhat confusing and for many counterintuitive to having 2 accounts in the first place. Once you've logged off your auction house account, you can log it straight back on again after it's given access to your main account to craft from, and you can stand at the auction house and cancel scan and do what you do. But it's for the same sort of reasons, to prevent, much like a guild bank, to prevent items being duplicated. Pet Journal does the exact same thing. You can only access, for those who've used the Pet Journal on 2 accounts, it's probably the exact same system. You'll just be locked from accessing it until all other accounts are offline. It'll be a little bit frustrating, but if it's for the, you know, the integrity of the economy, so shit doesn't get duped by
your business.
By bad actors, then I guess it's going in here. Where are we going? Electric eels this time, apparently. What's that? A fishing rod. The line broke. Great. Oops, I snagged an angry crab. Where have I seen this quest before? Where's this quest come from? I've seen this quest with the fishing rods before.
I'm out of range.
Did we do this at some point in Dragonfly? They just copied this quest from somewhere else. The auction house is a duping factory when it's laggy enough. Oh, I bet it is. I bet it is. It's just significantly more difficult for any single individual to capitalize on that. I am quite sure in the fast-paced reset day type material, region-wide auction house, just like transaction craze, when there is stuff being bought, stuff being sold, like practically every second of the day, multiple times over. I'm convinced there's lots of materials that just accidentally get duplicated. I have no idea how that system actually verifies the transactions. It's quite smart though. it's like it's probably like bank level technology, you know, in terms of like transfer verification. When warbands come in, every item in your bank will become warband bound and can be added to your collection. But what about soulbound recipes? Do we have any info on this? Or this is what they're testing on the PTR right now. This is what they're testing how it'll work. In theory, any soulbound items that you have in your bank, when you open your bank, you should just gain all of the appearances for those. But time will tell if it actually works. Yeah, I would recommend copy characters to the PTR right now. Give it a go. I did it yesterday, but the servers were offline. I need to try again. The PTR servers are live and working. Are they? I might do exactly that then, right now.
Initiated.
Be a good showcase for the stream.
May the path you forge be your own.
Let's do exactly that. Let's I didn't really need to close the client fully, did I? Because it's technically the same thing, but whatever. So I copied my characters over already yesterday. I now just need to log them in and let the game do its thing. Oh, you asked for 10k ore. Nice. That's fully spec'd. Sizable jump in gems from Q1 to Q2. The better the ore, the less pebble.
Come visit our camp in Voldoon. Kiro had us
Good.
put together
Oh
a
my
special
god, what's
gift
going
for
on
you.
here? As I had all of the add-ons on. Craft sim, you bitch. Move out the way. Okay, so you probably can't see very well. But move this here temporarily. Oh, move it. I don't want to give it a layout name. So you'll see all of this stuff is just like being added to your appearance collections. Huge amounts of stuff being added. That said, mine like just finished. No, it's still doing it. Look. So my collection tab It's going to start filling up. Also 0 out of... Says I don't own anything. I would kind of assume that the smart thing to do with this is just to set it going and let it do its thing. Although it doesn't seem to be doing much, does it? Done it? Is it finished? I break it by opening the appearance thing. Four bags. I need to log on to retail. You know what? I'm almost at the point where I'm about ready to purge and liquidate everything. Retail. Just get rid of any scraps of anything that is even remotely Dragonflight. Turn it all off. Spend a day cleaning the bank out.
Well, spit it out.
Boom. Was it all Warband items? It highlighting things that are considered as Warbound. Posited quite a lot. Buy a tab. Fucking yoinked all of these shovels. Oh dear. Didn't take any of this stuff. Ah, fun fact, this prismatic ore I have been saving since 10.0. I'd saved up all of the prismatic ore in the hope that one day they did something cool with it. Didn't do fuck all with any of it.
My inventory is full.
Oh god. My main character's poor. Deary me.
See you around, friend.
Okay. Well, let's log on to next character. Let it populate all of my plate gear. Gonna make a beta guild. Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. I kind of half thought about it. I'll put it on the list of 5,000 things to do.
We are in need of your aid once more, champion. A mysterious figure moves within the shadows. The Harbinger. Let us speak in the Chamber of the Guardian. I've asked Illyria to meet us there as well.
Let us discuss business.
Boom, here we go. Access to the Warbank on character number 2. $100K. Tab number 3. Fill her up. Tab number 4. $500K. Tab number 5. 2.5 millions. Oh. I watch people like you because there's too much to do all personally. Yeah. So much share. No. No. There's no way they've put an achievement on unlocking the 5th tab. Of course they have. Oh, that's going to piss achievement hunters off a treat, that, isn't it? Oh, God. Still over 3 million. 3 million to fully unlock your warband.
Only the finest goods.
Ouch. So half of this stuff doesn't seem to want to go in there. Not gonna lie, it is gonna be nice to have one bank that is shared across all my characters. Oh my god. It's not gonna be neat, it's not gonna be tidy. It's a search function, so I don't care. So, yeah, soulbound stuff is still going to have to go in your only normal stuff. Most of this will just get purged. I still got crafter's marks of the first ones. Whoops. More artisan's metal than I know what to do with. I really should have used all of that. Stored artifacts, war paints, dragon shards of knowledges, sparks from all seasons, breaths of Bonswamdes. So yeah, all soulbound stuff is still going to have to live in individual. Or actually, I wonder, would it not be such that I can then transfer half of this? So the artisan's metal. Where's that? Oh, it's not strictly... Okay, yeah. So if it is actually a soulbound thing, it's a soulbound thing. It ain't going nowhere. But they're not account-widing all this sort of stuff retroactively. Get the recipes, please. Which recipes are we talking about? Let's announce a very sought-after feature and get everybody hyped for it, and then put a price equal to 7 to 8 tokens on it, equal to 140 to 160 euros. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's mental just how expensive it costs. And for the fact that it's only 5 tabs. I mean... like... I've only gone on 2 characters so far, and I've filled 3 tabs. Now, I'm not even a hoarder, right? This will affect all Warband tabs. Good. Do it. I'm not even what you consider a hoarder, but without trying, I've filled 3 tabs. And this is just 2 What the hell is all this? Why has this trash gone in there? Why does this even exist? Okay. Now, obviously, there's lots of purging that could be done on this, but...
A fair exchange.
Let's log on the 3rd character. For example, if I get a soulbound blacksmithing recipe on my tailor, if I add it to the Warband bank, will my blacksmith be in the future be able to withdraw it? Oh, I see what you mean. If it's soulbound, it's soulbound. It doesn't seem to change that. So if you get a soulbound blacksmithing recipe on your tailor, it's soulbound to your blacksmith and not to your tailor. You won't be able to put it in the Warband bank, because it's not warbound. Soulbound is still soulbound. Warbound is warbound. It can take a little bit of getting used to, but it will become second nature before too long. Yeah, you just got to hope that the recipe you pick up is warbound. Soulbound is still personal to that character. No change in that. So here we can go to the reagent bank and we can take out everything.
I can't carry anymore.
Inventory is full. Warband bank. Deposit all warbound items. Oop. They all went in. The bank interface is also changing soon as well. So yeah, you can see these are recipes, for example, that are soulbound recipes. Soulbound unique recipes that don't seem to be positable. Yeah, I'm already halfway through my 4th tab, and that's just my 3 semi-main characters. Ouch. What's this? Feedback, warband conversion, blah, 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 blah. Encountered an issue when trying to withdraw items from the Warband bank. It gives me an internal bag error, and the item I want to withdraw remains grayed out. If I log out, the grey items disappear from the Warband bank and are not in the withdrawing character's bag. I'd prefer the Warband bank to function as instant access for purchases and repairs, where all gathered gold directly enters the Warband bank, and any purchases deduct gold from it. Currently, it's still more convenient to send gold via mail to the character that needs it, rather than depositing it into the Warband bank, then withdrawing the character. Yeah, I agree with this. It is actually more convenient because it's far easier to find a mailbox than it is to find a bank. You know, banks are far less frequently available than a mailbox. There's mailboxes dotted all over the place. Concept is excellent, but akin to designing a car for multiple people where everybody must enter and exit through the same door. Similarly, with transferable currencies, why not have one collective pot accessible by every character without the need for transfers? Makes sense. Press the button, it doesn't do anything. Okay. Yeah, it does go to show just how much trash I do have knocking about, though. All the rep tokens, look, for example, which had been saved up. All the rep tokens that I'd saved up. Now, obviously, this is just me transferring 3 characters, but Dragon Isles Crafting. I like the fact that they've now re-tagged the agents with their relative expansion. Cataclysm Crafting. That's actually really nice. Splits it all by Zandalari Crafting Reagent. Warband used to create a class set item for appropriate for Hunter, Mage, Warlock. Pauldrons of the Vanquished Heroes. Eternal Bag Error. Yeah. Let me do a reload.
Looking for wares?
That was what? Tab 3. Yeah, still can't take that out. I don't know why it's highlighting some of these. When, I assume it's highlighting them as to say these are things that can go in. But, oh. Oh, so you... Huh, you can put it in, but then you can't take it out again. Grayed out. Close the bank, open the bank. Still grayed out.
I have much to offer.
Okay, yeah, you can put shit in, but it can't come out again. Okay. I could sit and I could test and I could play with this for ages, but yeah, it's still very broken. It's still very broken.
A fair exchange.
I hope they have enough understanding to smooth it out, honestly. Boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today. Once again, I've desperately been trying to keep the streams a touch shorter so I have more time in the afternoon to do other things. I've failed at that miserably as I keep accidentally streaming for too long. I get distracted by squirrels and it's good fun. I enjoy having you lot around. Keep me sane. We are going to... What day is it tomorrow? Thursday tomorrow, right? Is it Thursday tomorrow? Oh, losing the plot. Yes, it's Thursday tomorrow. Usual stuff tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the last day I'll be streaming for the week, though. There'll be no stream Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. It's midsummer. which is a relatively big thing in Finland. We are off to our summer place to chill out for a few days before the July or the end of June and July cram session we will do for the beta. Presumably at some point we will then get pre-patch at the end of July, and by the end of August it's go, go, go. But yeah, that's me done for the day. I'm going to send you all over to Dan. Mr. GM is live, rocking and rolling. Go say hi. I can only assume he's going to be doing some beta stuff. So yeah, we'll do that. Thank you all for joining once again today. Have a wonderful rest of the day, and I will catch you next time. Peace. Set the raid up. Go give Mr. GM some love. Oh, he's still on his starting soon screen. He'll probably say hi in a second. Perfect timing. Oh, it's going live now. Perfect, perfect. See you later, boys and girls. Peace.